And welcome to a brand new life, to a brand new day, all the way from the wastelands of California. My name is Michael, and I am a mere figment of your imagination. I look forward to once again serve you those sounds of salvation. First time listeners out there, thanks for being here. These are historical times. This is a very different kind of show, a place where we don't feel so alone. Let us chase away the light no matter what you at home choose to believe. I do admire you for your curiosity. In a moment, Robert Bonomo joins us. Robert is a filmmaker, blogger, novelist, and esotericist. He has lived all around the world. And of course, on the second half of the program, Mindy makes her debut. We will be discussing all sorts of taboo subjects, maybe even the gang stalkers out there, maybe even 5G, or maybe even the finders. Who the fuck knows? But I'm so glad you are here to join us all for this wonderful edition of the Michael Decon program. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me into your hearts and into your minds. Here we are again on a night like this. How's everyone doing out there? Have you been staying safe? Have you been enjoying the new normal? I know, I dislike it too. But now the world has changed overnight, and we are forced to adapt to a brand new life. This is America's wake-up call, so stay strong out there, wherever you are, wherever you might be hearing this. Now, without further ado, let's get down to brass tacks and bring in the boys.
Am I out?
Mike, I think you might be on. What's going on?
I'm on. I think we lost Robert.
Did we lose Robert already?
See his icon on the page, but
We lost him.
I was just talking to him. Yeah, see, he just got knocked
gone.
off. Yeah, I was just talking to him and like I lost him. That was it. So you want to start the show over?
I don't think we can.
Oh,
It's
okay.
too late now. We are live and direct, and of course, I'm joined by my co-host, Mr. Mike Hideous, and it seems like Robert has dropped in and out, but I think he might have joined us
Oh,
already.
I'm back.
You're
Sorry about
back.
Very
that. I
good.
just lost my internet.
What happened,
It's
Robert?
okay.
Sometimes it happens. I live in Tunis in North Africa.
Holy
And
shit.
Wow.
Yeah. I was
That's.
trying to remember last
Mhm.
time we spoke, where was I living? I think I was living in Andorra, wasn't I?
I think you were, man. The last time we talked, you were all over the place like you were some sort of federal agent.
I know that's what everyone I wish I were so important that they were cutting off my internet, but I'm not. So
You know,
it's just the cable.
I get the same thing all the time, though, Robert. I always get accused of working for the CIA, and I would have to say, I would expect the CIA to have a lot higher sort of
Stand.
standards, yeah, than to have me. I mean, that'd be a bad idea to have me working as a Fed. I'd compromise
Let me
everything.
tell you a funny story though, because I work in Tunis, in North Africa, and one of my colleagues, I teach at a university here. It's an English-speaking university, and so one of my American colleagues was going home for the first time in a couple of years. So he gets a connecting flight to Frankfurt, and from Frankfurt to L.A. So he's in Frankfurt at 6 in the morning, at the end of waiting at the gate, talking to his mother on Skype. And all of a sudden, the Skype goes off, and some guy walks up and says, "Hi, are you so and so?" And it was our friendly folks from the CIA.
Oh
They had
my.
caught him in Frankfurt.
Wow.
He said he freaked out. He thought it was like the Matrix. No, the guy just asked him a couple questions, and that was it. I mean, it was no big deal. But they were following him. Yeah, really funny.
That's a little
Wow.
creepy. So, Robert, I want to welcome you back again to the program. The last time we talked, we had all sorts of fun. So, I hope we will be able to continue those sort of discussions. And, of course, how have you been holding up out there, Robert?
I got to knock on wood. I'm really fortunate. So I work at a university, and we were able to pretty seamlessly convert the classes to online. So I kept my job, and we're going to be able to finish the semester. Health wise, I'm okay. So I feel fortunate. I'm lucky. We're in full lockdown like everybody else,
Yeah, that's
but
right.
we're getting by. Getting
Yeah,
by.
I'm very curious about what the situation is out there with the coronavirus going around. Were you there when it first started to take shape and form here in America?
Yes. Well, I mean, I was here in Tunis when the whole thing started. I guess for me, the key moment was when I watched that event 201.
That's right.
When I watched that video, I guess it was in the middle of January, maybe the beginning of February. I can't remember. Maybe middle of February. And then I started to see the numbers roll in. And I had lived in China, so I taught in a university in China for a couple of years. So I started contacting my old colleagues in China, and they were in full lockdown. And so it's been pretty. I think I could see it coming. I told a lot of people, look, we need to prepare because they're going to shut everything down. So I kind of saw the whole thing coming, just looking at the numbers. Um, so yeah, I just where we are now, I think there's so much confusion and so much BS that it's hard to get. I think it's a little bit hard to get a grasp of exactly where we are now. But I do have some ideas, so we can
Well,
talk about it.
I got to tell something to both of you guys.
Go ahead.
About an hour ago, I went on my Facebook page, real quick,
That's never a good
and
idea.
yeah, but I went on and I noticed something that someone had posted, a friend of mine, and obviously I'm assuming he had got it from somebody else that posted it. I didn't go into the depth of looking about where it came from or who put it up, but here's what it was. Basically, uh, there's an image of the Alexa uh, device, the one Alexa, do this, do that.
Oh, right.
So there's an image of the Alexa device, and the person asks Alexa, quote, Alexa, did the government start this virus? And Alexa answers, quote, according to code such and such, the government released the virus and lost control of it. Now, I don't know if this was fixed. All I'm saying, that's what I saw. You can't believe everything you see on the internet these days, but that's what I saw. I found that very fascinating, because there have been a few people that have mentioned that it was a government experimentation. In fact, some people have even said China tried using it, or tried experimenting with the virus as a chemical warfare. Now, I just wanted to put that to you guys and let you know I saw it and see what you think.
Right. I believe I've seen that video myself, and the Event 201, as John mentioned, was a bit of an exercise back in 2019, if I recall, in New
Event
York.
201, right? That's what it was. Yeah, they mentioned that.
Yeah, the John Hopkins Center for Health Security, in partnership with the World Economic Forum, and that's by Bill and Melinda Gates, by the way. So yes, we've had these sort of germ warfare games, as Bill Gates even talked about several years ago,
Yeah.
which is creepy in itself, right, Robert?
Yeah, and I would highly recommend folks take a look at the video. You can see they actually made a fake news clip. So they created a news network for the exercise. I think they called it CGN or something. And you can actually see what they project using, and it's really based on this kind of math that you could see in that film. What was it, Contagion?
Contagion, right.
And so when you see that, it's kind of shocking to see how it all rolled out. But on the other hand, I should say, my wife works in a fish pathology lab. I mean, I spent all day today translating and working on an academic paper. And so, I kind of understand a little bit the other side, but only for fish, yeah. Viruses, bacteria, fish. And so I kind of see it from both sides. I see it from sort of the scientific side, because I've been hearing about PCR for God knows how many years now. That's how you can identify certain bacteria and things. So I think we do have to be careful. I mean, viruses exist. If I hear one more knucklehead say, there are no such thing as viruses, I've seen them. You look in an electron microscope, there it is. Oh, it doesn't exist. Well, I'll give you one, and you'll see how you feel in a couple hours.
That's like somebody saying the world is flat.
Oh
yeah,
my.
I mean, I'm sorry, I can't. There are certain things that I don't go.
Robert, I love conspiracies, of course, but there's some I just can't get behind, and the flat Earth theory is definitely one of them.
Exactly.
Those people are nuts, and they come after you. It's
they do. They get pissed.
So, guys, I got to ask you both a question. What is this? And maybe for those of some of the people in the audience, what is this experiment you guys mentioned? Event 201?
Event 201. Yeah, it's just
what is that?
It's an exercise to see if we would be prepared for this sort of a pandemic. And of course, they found out that we're not ready at all. We weren't prepared.
It's fascinating. Folks should go. The whole thing is online. I think it's like 6 hours or 8 hours.
Yeah.
They go through every element of it and what's going to happen, and it's pretty extraordinary to see. What was. And remember, this happened in October of 2019. And it was called a novel coronavirus in the exercise.
So, do you guys think that there's a possibility that when they tried this event, that there may have actually been something released during, was there something really released, or was it just?
It was a simulation.
Was it just simulated and acted
out? Simulation. It was a simulation. Yeah.
Because I'm wondering if Alexa is confusing that with the question it was asked by that person.
I mean,
That's a good question.
Have to say, I know this is maybe some people don't like this sort of point of view, but I think the coronavirus actually it came from Mother Nature. It's just one of her nasty tricks.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's some people that dispute that, but I can't say, I can't ascertain that for sure, but some people a lot smarter than myself, and I don't think I'm a rocket scientist or any sort of scientist, obviously, but there's some people that are very deep into this and say the genome has been modified?
The only thing is in my wife's lab, there's a virologist. Oh, these all people have PhDs and published tons of papers. The match of this coronavirus to one that has been identified from Wuhan is pretty close. I mean, it's really close. And viruses mutate a lot.
They sure
So
do. Yeah.
being that close, it kind of, if I had, this is just having worked with a lot of people in labs, this is my take on it. And I lived in China, so I understand the Chinese.
Yeah, you were
sort
out
of
there.
mentality. Yeah.
Before I interrupt you again,
Mhm.
did you ever walk down the wet market? Any sort of the wet markets out there?
No, I never went to a wet market. I never saw one. I would go to normal markets,
Right,
but
right.
where they're actually, I mean, but a wet market, for example, I've been in markets where they kill, frogs, live fish. I mean, in Chinese restaurants, the fish are alive.
That's
Oh.
true.
You pick your fish, and then they whack it
Oh,
and you cook it. So I mean,
jeez.
wet market is kind of, when you say that in China, it's like, you see that all over the place. But actually seeing bats and stuff, I never saw anything like that. But I'm sure they exist.
Oh yeah, those people, they'll eat just about anything.
Ozzy
And China
Osbourne.
fish are great. You pick the live fish, and so it's alive, and then like 10 minutes later, it's on your plate, and it's great.
Ozzy
That's
Osbourne
like-
is probably a
that
patient
reminds me-
zero.
That reminds me of a South Park episode where Cartman goes in. They go on a field trip to a cow slaughterhouse or something like that.
Oh, that's right.
And Cartman's like, they got all these little poor baby cows, like veal,
Right.
all tied up and pulled out. And Cartman's like, that one looks yummy. Can I have that one?
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese, they're pretty practical people, So
You
I mean,
think
it's
so?
like, I'm sorry, but some like I've been working all day on an academic paper, and so it's peer reviewed. So this is the third edit, and one of the reviewers wrote the fish that we identified as a bacteria. The first time this bacteria has been isolated in the Pacific, on the Eastern Pacific. So it's an important paper and an important journal. And they said the method that you killed the fish is morally questionable or something. The way they just whacked it over the head with a bat. But I'm like, I mean, are you serious? I mean, how do you think people kill fish? Have you ever gone fishing? You catch the fish, you whack it, and then you eat it. I mean, you know what I mean?
No matter how you slice it, Robert and Michael, when it comes down to eating food, in this case, any type of meat, anything that's alive, there is a death process, and that's the unfortunate thing about it. I eat meat. I'm not proud of it, but I have health issues, and which when I don't eat meat, I've tried to go vegetarian, but when I don't eat meat, I get sick. So it's sad, and I'm not happy about it, but I do eat meat.
Yeah, no, and I completely understand the vegan, and I think the vegan meme with this coronavirus is going to become, it's really going to empower that. Really going to empower. That's one of the things people aren't talking about, but eventually that's going to be, I think, a big part of the discussion.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Robert?
Well, I mean, this virus comes from animals, so
Right.
it comes from an animal, and then it from the reservoir host, it goes into sort of a second type of animal that has contact with humans.
Right.
And of the thousands and thousands and thousands of viruses that we get, occasionally it will pass to us. And then we can transmit it to other humans. I mean, it's a numbers, right? It's a numbers game.
Right.
So the idea of eating animals is really the origin kind of this. See what I mean?
Do you now? I was told that apparently that this virus came from a bat.
Right. In
You think
Wuhan.
that? Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
you
think it's, well, because the genetic match to one that was already isolated is so close that it would be really hard that it wasn't. And if someone wants to, so just let me give you my take on what happened. In that lab in Wuhan, they were isolating coronaviruses from bats. That's admitted. Nobody disputes that. And what they were probably doing, and what's done in the lab that I work with, you put this virus into a medium. In this case, they were putting this coronavirus into human cells, probably cancer cells.
How lovely.
And what they do is they watch how it attacks the cells, and you can see it from the electron microscope. You see these cells just get devastated, and they were probably playing around with it, looking for ways, probably looking for treatments or vaccines or something. And I think what happened is it jumped. Somebody got infected, didn't realize it, was asymptomatic, started walking around Wuhan. And the one thing I would love to know is, did that lab buy any animals from that wet market? And that would be the connection. Somebody from the lab was in the market. That's the logical thing here. Now, the Communist Party, of course, they're never going to admit this. They can't.
Right.
And that's the easiest solution sometimes is the right one. And I think that's what happened.
Possibly.
Makes a lot of sense.
Possibly. And what do you make? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
No. Please go on, Michael.
I was just going to quickly ask you, Robert, your thoughts and opinions on those out there who say this is a fake pandemic.
I think, first of all, a lot of the people who say it's a fake pandemic, I think what they mean is it's like saying, is the flu fake? And have you ever heard anyone say the flu doesn't exist?
Yeah, I get your point.
Right.
So, I mean, it's absurd. But I think what they mean is it's not nearly as deadly as they're saying.
See, that I don't believe.
That part I do think is true. I think in the end, this virus, and this is what I hope, I'm really hoping, that if you look at the numbers, it hopefully will have a fatality rate somewhere close to the flu, but it's much, much, much more contagious than the flu.
Well, that
much more.
I can't agree with that, to be honest with you, because COVID-19 killed more people in the U.S. last week than the flu has all year. You could look up the stats.
No, but follow me now.
I'm hearing you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm hoping that the case fatality rate, the CFR in this will be somewhere around, say, 0.3, 0.4, with the flu being 0.1. So it's a little bit more, deadly than the flu. But the problem is it's much, much, much more contagious. So in a typical flu season, say 40 or 50 million Americans get the flu. With this, probably, 200-300 million people are going to get this, and it's 2 or 3 times more deadly. So what's going to happen? You're going to have 200,000-400,000 people die of this.
Yeah, that's
you
the
see
bad
what I mean?
part. Yes.
It's a little bit more deadly, but I don't think the final numbers are going to come in anywhere near 1%. I hope. I hope.
I'm hoping you're right too, but this isn't over yet. That's another thing. People think that this is going to be over by Easter. And
no.
Yeah. Truthfully speaking, Robert, I think we all have more to fear with the oncoming crash of our economy here in America. And it's going to affect the entire world,
Right.
because we're not the only ones who are shutting down businesses. Every single country out there practically is going down in lockdown. So I'm more concerned about, and I've mentioned this multiple times on the radio here, I'm more concerned about what's going to happen to us in about a month, because they're talking about shutting everything down and keeping everything sequestered until April 30th.
Even the Postal Service, by the way, too.
Yeah.
That's pretty freaky.
But the Postal Service is open.
Now they're planning to close it, though.
They are?
Yeah, they're going to pull that shit.
How is that going to work? Because people are ordering food and buying shopping. Actually, no, that would be for a shopping center. But
that
what
weighs
if
on
you're
my mind
ordering
too.
food through Amazon or something, or from another company that across the country? How are they going to? Oh man, this is crazy. This is really getting crazy.
It is pretty crazy. No doubt about it. Go ahead, Robert.
And I think, unfortunately, we're not showing our better sides here. I was hoping on a political level, this might be something that sort of breaks this polarity we've created in the last couple of years, because it's gotten crazy, and it's just getting crazier. It's getting crazier. So I don't think, the biggest victim of this is going to be our social cohesion. Our culture is the political system, the economic system. I think you're right. We'll survive the virus, but I'm not sure our institutions are going to survive this. I mean, honestly, tell the truth, guys. Where do you go to get real news? Is there anywhere you can go? Is there anywhere
I
you can go and say, okay, this is objective, real news, information?
That's hard to say because everyone has some
personally,
sort of agenda.
There's nowhere you can go.
You know, over the past
personally,
couple
Which
years, I have to say RT has done a pretty good job, but of course, I know they have their faults as well. So there's that. Go ahead, Mike.
well, yeah, let me give you an example.
Or
But
Robert, go ahead.
where I lived in Russia, you know, have you looked at the Russian numbers? How they're much lower? Have you seen?
Yeah, I'm quite suspicious about that.
Yeah, so the region I lived in, Kamchatka in the Far East,
Mhm.
they were allowing planes in from Vietnam, tour planes. So these are planes that are packed going to Vietnam and Thailand for 2-week vacations and bringing people back. And they did no testing,
wow.
nothing. They didn't do one test. So they've had thousands of people come back from Vietnam and Thailand, and they haven't tested any of them. Then not one test. And I've talked to people who work in hospitals, and they say there's a lot of people with pneumonia.
What about those out there that are saying that hospitals are empty, Robert? What do you make of those folks?
I think hospitals in certain areas are certainly, of course, they're empty, but not in. But I just got an email from a very close friend of mine, who lived in Madrid, works in a hospital.
Right.
I mean, I could read you what she told me.
Go ahead.
I'll paraphrase it, but I mean, I can give you the basic gist of what she said. She said on her hall, she just talked to a nurse, and the nurse was terrified. People are dying in the rooms. Here it is. People are dying in rooms, and they can't take the bodies out, and they can't give her a mask. So she works in the administration, so she's not a nurse,
Right.
and she can't get a mask. There's not enough.
Where is this?
This is in Madrid.
Madrid.
Yeah, this is Madrid.
So how is that even possible? How can she?
Jessie is a real close friend of mine. She's in, it's Hospital La Paz. You can, look it on the map. It's a big hospital.
Okay.
It's a disaster. In Madrid, it's a disaster
Why can't they get rid of the dead?
because people are dying so fast. So imagine you have people in rooms, people are dying.
Oh,
You look next door and the body's there, and they don't have time to pull the body out. So the people are there
oh,
hours with bodies next to them.
Yeah, there's a lot of
oh
nurses
my
out there
gosh.
right now who are saying, "Don't hook me up to a ventilator, just let me die."
Ugh.
That's the reality of it. I mean, your survival rate just goes out the window, especially if you are hooked up to a ventilator. That's when it's game over for sure. And you die
You
a
know,
lonely death, Mike, by the way. There's no family around you. There's none of that shit.
Nothing.
You die
yep.
alone. It's pretty
I,
fucked.
I I just want to say one thing to anybody or any of our listeners that are out there. If you're a nurse or a doctor or anybody that's helping in the field, paramedic, ambulance, even the police and the fire department, I want to say thank you because I know everyone is working overtime,
Right.
Yeah.
and I know the nurses. That is a very difficult job. It's very demanding. They pull long hours. They do a lot of hard work, and I just want to say, nurses rock, and thank you for all that you do out there.
No, definitely. So, I mean, in these real hot spots, the people are really having a very difficult time.
No
And
doubt.
that's so I think people have to be real careful when they say, this doesn't exist, it's not real, viruses aren't real, it's fake. I don't think it's the people I know who personal experience, it's real.
Until you get it, then you'll know it's real.
Yeah, and the United States is a rich country. So in the end, we can print money, we can get through the economic crisis. We have the ability, the medical facilities to save a lot of people. But you go to poor countries, like the country I'm in, they had 300 free beds. They have like 10 ICU units. So if this ever happened here, it would be a major disaster. Look at Ecuador, what they're going through.
Yeah.
So, you got to also feel a bit fortunate if you're in the States right now because
For how
there is a
long,
lot
though?
more medical infrastructure than in other places.
For how long?
Robert,
That's the problem. We are fortunate for sure, but eventually, those that work as nurses, doctors, and physicians will for sure catch this and be very understaffed. I'm predicting that rather soon,
And
rather sooner than later, I should say.
Yeah.
and what's
Because
very important about the doctors and nurses, and this I was reading an academic paper the other day, the viral loads that they're getting are much higher than normal because they're around the virus more.
Right.
So the dosage, I don't completely understand it, but it seems like it's a medical fact that the initial dosage you get of the virus is correlated to how serious the effects are. And medical professionals are not only are they disproportionately getting the virus, but they're disproportionately getting serious cases. So they're sort of doubly hit. And so it's those, like you just said, for those folks, it's really difficult. So I think sometimes, when the building's on fire, we kind of have to stop, being smartasses and just say, all right, get in line, you pass the bucket, and let's get this thing under control, and then we can start arguing about it. But I don't think this is really the time. I think
yeah.
there's a little something unseemly about this kind of. I listened to a podcast the other day, some jackass saying, "Oh, by taking the test, you get the virus," and just nonsense. Now, if you don't know something, there's no reason to.
Yeah, like keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, I mean, there's things you know, and there's things you don't know, and then there's things that collectively we know, and collectively we don't know. And you
Yeah.
have to kind of know where you stand.
There's a lot of speculation out
people
there,
are
and
saying
that's the problem.
Go ahead.
I said there's too much speculation, and there's nothing wrong with speculating, but you have to sort of let people know that you're just speculating here. You're not shooting any facts.
Well, here's the problem with that, Michael. When people speculate, what do? They go right online and they post it on Facebook.
Well, they
or any
echo
other
what
social media.
well they
tweet
echo
it
what
or
they
whatever.
they echo what they see on Facebook, and that's
That's the
that's the
problem.
problem for sure. That's why
Yeah,
more people
because
are catching it.
if you don't have the facts, I mean, you have to like think. All right, this was, like I said, that thing I saw before about the Alexa unit. Now, I don't know if that was made up or what. I don't know if it was real. I just don't know. I mean, I brought it up in a conversation, but I didn't say Alexa said, this is what's happening. Now we have to fear the government because they're trying to kill us with a virus. No, it's people get these ideas, and the first thing they do is they go to social media, whether it's tweeting, texting, emailing, Facebook, whatever, and then they start these frightening rumors that people begin to believe.
The thing is, people aren't scared though.
Alexa says
that's
that the Giants are going to win tomorrow by 8 points. I mean, are you going to put $500 on it? Probably not.
Yeah. First of all, I don't even know Alexa.
You know what I mean? So
Well, people are afraid though, so of course they're going to have all kinds of ideas running in their minds. I could understand that.
No, absolutely. But I think the key question here that we can approach is the economic question.
Yeah,
and there is an opportunity here economically for people to make a change, because we've never opted into this monetary system, this political system, this tax system, and now we're getting sort of this break. And we're going to have a chance to now we've been allowed to opt out, and a lot of people were forced to opt out. But there's a moment where they're going to say, okay, now it's time to come back and pay your mortgages and pay your income tax, and people can say, okay, hold on a second, let's take another week or 2 weeks and just decide exactly what we want to opt into, because there is a lot of shenanigans going on the economic side. It's just absolutely ridiculous how much money is just being thrown around, and who's getting it, and what's the economy going to look like when we come out of this?
Not good. That's for sure.
Nobody, and you know what? The complexity of this economy is so immense that can anybody calculate how long it's going to take us to get back up to speed?
There's no answer for that one.
I don't think so. I think to actually model this would be just extraordinarily difficult. So we have no idea what's coming on the other side of this.
I've already heard that the government, United States government, is about to take out. First, I heard $2 trillion, and then I heard another $2 trillion. So the possibility of $4 trillion to cover all the people, for lack of a better term, cover all the people in the country so that they get a $1,200 check, or they get unemployment, or whatever it might be.
Oh, and I think that's way low. I think if you include what the Fed's doing, the whole thing, it's probably going to be like 15 trillion.
And that's all fine and dandy as long as it's for the people. What I'm a little concerned about is I heard that Nancy Pelosi and even I believe Chuck Schumer were adding things to this what is it, a stimulus?
Yeah, the stimulus package, right?
Yeah, they're adding like infrastructure and things for public broadcasting and that sort of thing. And I found that to be rather odd, because that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're trying to help people with. But they're adding it into this bill, and there's other things involved that they're asking for, and I just don't understand why.
Well, I think it's a little bit like, have you ever guys been like when there's like a hurricane or something like this and people just jump into the Walgreens and just grab everything they can?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
That's what this is. I mean, this is looting, but on a massive level, a massive looting. And they're going to throw some crumbs to us, and they're going to make out like bandits. And I think there's a point where we can all say, stop. We are not paying any more
Robert, when you
taxes.
say when you say they, do you mean the government?
No. I think the government is just an instrument of obviously, the wealthy, the corporations, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so they meaning the people?
Yeah,
Who's they?
Power. Oh, did they hear? Okay, let's start. We could say the bankers on one hand, right?
Okay.
We know how much the bankers are getting already. Major corporations. I would say these corporations have sort of a media arm. They're going to get a fortune out of this. The security state is going to get unbelievable amount of money out of this. So all of these sort of the pillars of our society and of our economic structure, the top end of this, they're just going to make a fortune.
Bill Gates is going to make a fortune as well.
Oh yeah, all these people are going to make. They're going to make out like bandits.
Yeah.
But there's one thing from this that we can learn. We can never let a politician after this say we don't have enough money, because what most people don't understand is, where is all of this money coming from? Is this coming from taxes? No, because there's the income tax they push back to July, right? So where is this money? Where does the $7 trillion come from?
The ether.
And it's very interesting. You can open any one of these newspapers, the New York Times, the Washington Post. No one ever says, where does this money come from? I mean, it's an interesting question, right? If we can pull $7 trillion out of a hat, I mean, U.S. GDP is about what, 22 trillion? If you're talking a third of our GDP they can just pull out of their hat, so where's the money come from?
Thin air. The ether.
Exactly. They just print the stuff up. They send it out there. The only reason we have taxes and the government issues bonds are just to maintain interest rates. So when they say we don't have money to build a bridge, we don't have money for this, we have all the money in the world. What we don't have, and this is another thing we can learn, is we have all the money in the world, but you can't create resources out of nothing. You can't create masks out of nothing. You can't create respirators out of nothing. So politicians can say we don't have the resources, but never let them say we don't have the money. If the resources are there, the money can be created. And this crisis is a moment where we can learn that. And it really changes the way you look at government. It completely changes it.
That's true. And all we're worth here is a measly grand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a wake up call for all Americans out there with a working brain between their eyes. You're only going to get $1,000. I mean, that's what the government thinks of you.
That's it.
Being honest, that's what they think you're worth. $1,000.
Now,
That's
the
it.
question is whether or not they're going to do that like on a monthly scale. Because I've heard the same thing, Michael, where they're allegedly either giving like $1,000 or $1,200 per person. The funny thing is like, what about those people who weren't working? What about those people who refuse to work and don't want to work, period? Or you know, or those who have their own business and have employees to pay or something. So there's so much involved. But you're right. That point made about us just getting $1,000 or $1,200, kind of weird, but at the same time, you know, I don't know how they handle these sort of things, and I don't even pretend to know. But
Mhm.
it's really confusing at this point.
It's very
And it's not
interesting.
that difficult.
Well,
The
yes.
Treasury has an account at the Federal Reserve, and they just say, okay, pay everybody $1,200, and they just create the money and send it to them. I mean, it's that easy.
It's interesting once
That's all.
you realize how much money this country spends, uh, how much they give to foreign countries all the time.
Oh, I was telling Michael that a couple of, what was it, like maybe 2 weeks ago. There are so many countries that end up getting like $1 billion check each year
All the
from
time.
us all the
Sure.
time. And it's sickening because, you know, you got to ask yourself, are some of these countries the ones that hate us or um, just do nothing for us that we have a apparent interest in, or our foot in the door militarily, and we just give them money. I'm like, you know what? I could use some of that money. I really could.
And the fascinating thing is they just print it up, send it, and then afterwards they say, okay, we have to come close to some kind of balance to maintain monetary policy. So how much should we tax? We'll tax this much. How much bonds should we issue? We'll bond this. And the rest we'll have a deficit. Don't worry about it.
Mm.
That money's just printed out of thin air. And we can learn this from this crisis. What I mean is the resources of the United States are immense. A lot of them are just left unused. It's like trees with fruit on them that are just left to wither because somebody says we don't have enough money. And there's always enough money. There's always, and we can learn that from this. We could have abundance, incredible abundance, and we don't need socialism or anything like that. Just give
No.
people money up to the point where we can utilize all of our resources and let people decide what they want to do.
Yeah, and stop giving it to every country that isn't the United States.
I thought this was America first. I guess not, once you actually think about it.
Well, you know, Michael,
I don't
that's
know
a really
now.
good.
I
That's a
don't
good
know anymore
question.
these days, right? It really makes you wonder.
Well, it's a good question, but at the same time, for many, many, many years, it wasn't America first. It was always, you know, either our enemies or the allies or whoever, you know, always paying attention to some other country and what they needed, and us always policing the entire world. For the first time, we've actually, you know, we've got some things that are starting to be taken as America first. Maybe I said that wrong, but what I'm trying to say is that we are, for the first time, in my opinion, for the first time in a very long time, I think that the United States is actually uh, doing things for itself rather than constantly just giving stuff up. Like the whole thing with the trade with China, how China was stealing patents and copyrights and all kinds of technology from us. And they just, you know, that's how we got the smartphone and the PCs that are released. Everything's copied off of
And we're going to run right back to
Apple.
them after all this is said and done. That's the ironic part.
What do you
But
mean?
remember, the Chinese didn't do anything to us. We did to ourselves. Our friends at Apple and all these companies, it was labor arbitrage.
Oh yeah,
Send the
yeah.
jobs
No,
to
I
China.
get it.
And then they became the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party, I think it's going to be really difficult for the Democratic Party to survive after, because Trump is obviously going to win this election. And what happens afterwards, um, and it depends on how this virus thing plays out. But my feeling is that there could be a time when people just say, "Look, enough. We need to sort of come together, solve this problem." And I think we might wind up without a Democratic Party, which is not good. And it's not good because you need a balance. You need some kind of a balance. You can't, you know what I
Absolutely.
mean? You can't have a one party state.
A
Well, yeah,
dictatorship we
in
can
California you
have,
can.
for sure.
And
In
this is going to be,
California, you can have a one state party because that's what they are. They're all Democratic.
yeah, that's true. In places, and I remember when California voted for Reagan, for Nixon. No,
Yep.
California used to be a place where Republicans won.
Yeah. Now it's a hippie state.
How times have changed.
It's extraordinary. It's absolutely. But I mean, isn't it shocking? This election, it's Joe Biden is going to be the nominee for the Democratic Party.
To be honest with
Is
you,
he
I don't
really?
even know if we're even going to
Are you
have an
serious?
election this year. To be honest, I don't know how that's going to
Yeah,
work
we'll
out.
have it. I think we'll have it.
We're going to vote online.
I think what they'll do is they'll end up either passing, like they'll I don't know, they'll think of something, but I don't
5
think
at a
we're gonna
time.
pass it up.
They're going to let 5 people
It'll
at a time.
probably mail-in ballots or something. They'll figure out something because I
They
think
will.
just from a constitutional point of view, it'd just be too complicated to bypass it.
And it's
So
going to
I
end
think
up
they'll
like
figure something
it's going to
out.
end up like Florida yet again.
And on top of that, people would get so pissed off if the election was put off for a while.
Yeah, then
You know,
then you could
especially
have
the Democrats.
Wild times.
what's going to happen to our media because you've had a media that's basically lost its mind and
Right.
is on this rampage
No doubt.
against a guy who got elected. I mean,
Yep.
fine, the guy won the election. You lost, okay. So people have lost total faith in media. So we're at a point there's a lot of instability. Are you guys familiar with that whole theory of the fourth turning?
Mm-mm.
No, explain.
Oh, it's a fascinating theory. It's a cycle theory. So it talks about, think about the 4 seasons. You start with the spring, so you go spring, summer, fall, and winter. And it's basically 20 years, 20 years for each season. So it's like an 80-year cycle. So in this theory, we're at exactly 1940. This is the winter. And if you go back one more cycle, you're right at the Civil War, 1860. So this is that moment in history where the darkest, coldest part of the winter. It's a fascinating theory.
I don't quite follow you on that. I'm a little confused.
So take for example the Great Depression, 1929.
Okay.
That would be the last winter, the beginning of the last winter. And so then you have a crisis at 1929. You have the Depression. You have the 1930s. Then you have the real crisis of the Second World War, and then you get a spring. It's like a new season, the post-war period, and that gradually goes through its 80-year cycle, and then you get to another winter, a dark period. You see what I mean?
Okay. Now I see it. I get it. The 80 years.
It's
So
Strauss
it's
and Howe have written a lot about this, and it's kind of a little connected to astrology, I think, in kind of a weird way, but also to economic cycles. And we are at the end of a cycle, and the end of the cycles are very dangerous, where the paradigm changes. And I really think we're in that moment of a real important shift. The America that comes out of this is going to be very different than the America that went into this. And this all began. My feeling is this period began in earnest after the financial crisis. From 2008 till now has been a crisis period. And this is sort of the peak of the crisis.
Well, I don't disagree with you on that one.
And what's going to happen afterwards? I think we have to be ready for. I think it's going to be more than just a virus.
Michael, did you say you disagree?
No, I said I agree with him on that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
2008
was not good, and this is worse, and this is worse than 9/11. To be honest with you,
this is much worse than 2008 or 9/11.
Exactly.
This is catastrophic. I mean, think about how many people right now. I mean, I feel so fortunate, but how many people right now have no idea how they're going to get by?
Right.
That's
I, for one, am in that category myself.
Yeah, everyone has their back up against the wall right now, not knowing what the hell to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you owned a bar, or you were a bartender, or you're a waiter. I mean, if you were a waiter in a good restaurant, you had a nice lifestyle. Yeah, I mean that's a good job.
Well, the restaurants
And
are
now
hard to
you have,
maintain.
yeah.
You're able to go out of business really easily. Most restaurants don't make it very long. And yeah, with all this happening, forget about it.
How are those people going to go back to work?
Exactly.
Yeah. And so, I mean, there's a lot of things that are going to happen, and I really don't. You don't see the discussions about how deep this is going to go. This is going to shake us to our core,
No
and
doubt.
to get through this, we have to become unified again.
Well,
And I
that's too
don't.
scary to talk about on the news, Robert. You might scare the nice grown adults out there eating their TV dinner still.
And that's what's scaring me, because when I look out on this and you say, oh, should we wear a mask? Shouldn't we wear a mask? And does Trump have a mask on? And this is not going to be something that is going to go away, and all of a sudden everything's going to come back to normal. It's not. It's not. And so I think people have to be prepared for some serious sacrifices, but also there's the opportunity to really change things. Some real people have to step up. They really do.
That's true. People will have to step up. And of course, I am curious what your thoughts are on these medications that are being talked about all the time, these anti-malaria drugs like hydroxychloroquine.
I have no idea.
You don't know how that's going
And
to work
I
out.
think I have no idea. And when I see Trump talk about this, I actually kind of agree with him. He's like, we'll see what happens.
I
We'll
think
try
that's
it and we'll see what happens.
I think that's all we
It
have
makes a lot of sense
left.
to me.
Yeah, we have to just throw whatever we can at the walls and see what sticks, right?
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is, this is when I started to get really angry, is when I saw the press, the media talk about China and say, China has stopped this virus. Anyone who knows basic math and anything about epidemics, you say, how, you can't stop this. This is something, it's like saying, can we stop the flu? This is 3 times more contagious than the flu. So you don't stop it. It spreads through the whole population. So how did China all of a sudden stop a population of 1.4 billion people? They stopped it at 80,000 cases, and the
And
media was like,
and who said that? Who was the person that said that?
exactly. This is total BS. And
Right.
every epidemiologist who looked at those numbers knew it was BS, and they wouldn't say it. They wouldn't come out and say, this is ludicrous. This is ridiculous. This is propaganda. How many hundreds of millions of Chinese have had this? God knows how many hundreds of thousands have died. We don't know. That's what I mean and this is obvious. Anyone who knows basic math looks at this and says, you don't stop at 80,000. I mean, it was in every province of China. Every province of China had cases, and then they just stopped it. You see what I mean? These are obvious things that people in the media will not address. And as people begin to understand this, they're just going to lose complete faith in all, legacy media, let's call it.
Right.
Well, Robert, like what you're saying about the media right now, it's because in the last 40, possibly 50 years, the news has become an advertising outlet, whether you can physically see it or not. And these guys, particularly within the last 2 decades, a lot of these newscasters and journalists have become more opinionated instead of just reading the news and having a neutral view of whether it's positive or negative in their eyes. It's their job to simply to report it. The fact is that they are not reporting it and they're giving opinion. That's not news. That's talk show host stuff.
Yeah, it's become almost like it's almost become like professional wrestling.
Exactly. And they're backed by these corporations that
Sure.
they'll say, well, I want you to wear this tie on. I'm just using it as a bad example, but a company will say, we want you to wear our suits, or we want you to have our banner in the background when you're doing the news. So it's become tainted, in my personal opinion. And there are some that are saying that there is a democratic radical left agenda in a lot of these news reporters and journalists. And frankly, too many people are not reporting the news. They're giving the news with an opinion, and that's not being a journalist.
That's dangerous,
And
in my opinion.
if it were only the news, that would be fantastic. But it's not. It's
It's not.
advertising, TV, Hollywood. Like, I'll just give you an example. I'm 52, so I'm pretty old. I remember Mary Tyler Moore. Mary Tyler Moore died. I don't know when she died, a couple of years ago. And when I was a kid, I think I had like a big crush on her.
Me too.
She was just something so about. So I went back and I watched the Mary Tyler Moore show. This would, I guess, be the 70s, right?
Right.
The propaganda that was in that show, the social engineering that was going on, I watched it and I said, how did my parents let me watch this? What does this have to do with any of my values? My ethnic values, my religious values? Nothing. This is somebody doing social engineering, deconstructing. You see what I mean? My entire civilization.
Right.
And we've been allowing this forever.
Yeah,
And
we just let it happen.
We just let it happen. And now you get like, I work in a university. It's unbelievable the nonsense I have to deal with.
Oh, I'll bet.
Yeah.
All of this. Oh my God. Well, the other day I was in a meeting. So they were giving us training on goal setting. So I go in there and they bring in somebody, and the whole concept was inclusive excellence. So I'm sitting there, and I had kind of a bad. Actually, there had been a bombing that day.
A bombing
near where I was. Yeah, there was actually, my university is about half a mile from the U.S. Embassy, and someone had put a bomb outside the U.S. Embassy.
Oh,
And so it was one of those days, So I get into this, and I hear inclusive excellence, and I just stopped. I said, wait. Excellence, in its essence, is exclusive. You can't have inclusive excellence. No, you can't run the 100 meters inclusively excellently. I said, semantically, it does not work. You should have seen the silence. And they were looking at me, and they said, well, and I was like, if you want to be mediocre, just say, look, we're a mediocre university, and this is what we want to do. We want to be inclusive and and I said, so should we let all the knuckleheads and the lazy kids in? Is that how we're going to become inclusively excellent? What about just the people who are slow, who have low IQ?
Well, if you don't, then you get criticized for not being politically correct.
Exactly. So I have to put up with this nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
But this nonsense is everywhere. It's everywhere.
Unfortunately,
and it's like, Robert, it's like you said, we let it happen.
We did
let it happen. And look at where it's gotten us. And I'll tell you, in the future, it is my personal belief that political correctness will get us killed.
It is getting us killed.
It's a cancer. It's a cancer.
It is.
TV has become the selling advertisement business, just like radio has become. They're in the business to sell advertisement.
But I disagree with you there, because there's nothing wrong with creating good content and then putting some advertising around it. I mean, they got to make money, right?
No, I don't disagree with you on that, but that is really the main focus. That's why when people get upset with you, they go after your advertisers. Hit you where it hurts.
They've used television for social engineering. And on top of it, I mean, remember the Gillette ad?
Oh, yeah. The toxic masculinity.
Yeah, so you get the Gillette ad, and then you get a show that's all this social engineering in the show, and you're like, are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? So, I mean, and it's cancerous because of what it's doing. It's dividing us. It's just divide, putting us into all sorts of little different tribes. And, I was raised in a family that was, at least on my mother's side, very democratic. Working class Democrats. And there was a feeling that you give people benefits and but it wasn't about dividing us. No, there was working people, they needed decent jobs and benefits, and there was something the Democratic Party, of course, was corrupt, but there was something more or less that worked in it. But today, imagine if you're a working guy, are you going to vote Democrat? Or are you going to vote Republican? You're going to vote for bankers? You see what I mean? There's nowhere to turn. Nobody's
Right.
got your back.
No one
Nobody.
has your back, yeah. You're only responsible for yourself. The government
That's right.
obviously will not help you. Not in this world.
And that's why I mean this crisis is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the banksters to make a fortune, but it's an opportunity for us to opt out and say, you know what? I'm not playing your game. I'm not paying your taxes. I'm not paying your mortgage. I'm not paying anything until we reset this system and put it in at least cover my back. Until my back's covered, I'm not going to work. And if people don't go back to work, they need us more than we need them.
Well, Robert, all you're saying, it all makes sense, but you've got the Nancy Pelosi's in the world
Ooh.
who feel it is, necessary to give, and make the public believe that it's necessary to put all your hope and trust and faith into the government and let the government run things for you. So, in other words, they want a couple of years ago there was a whole talk about unemployment and minimum wage, and I think it was what's her name, the little one from New York in Congress,
AOC.
AOC. She was, I believe it was her and possibly Nancy Pelosi. They were offering situations like, if you want to go on unemployment because you can't work or are unable to work, or even if you don't want to work, you can collect money. So right there, that just goes to show you the decline in the Western civilization on how they take work. You got kids that get out of college and they don't want to get a job because they can't get a job in the subject that they studied in college. So right away they think they're going to get out of college and become a lawyer or a doctor.
Most people are industrious. They're pretty bright. The vast majority of people. And if you give them a chance to do something, they'll do it. People aren't stupid. But this entire system we have, like you say, I mean, it's incentivizing people not to work.
Right.
I mean, what kind of a life is that? Where you can sit at home, watch Facebook all day, and smoke weed? I mean, there's got to be more to life than
That sounds good.
watch
What's
porn.
wrong with that?
And you're not even going to have a girlfriend. You're going to watch porn all day, no girlfriends. I mean,
Yeah,
what the
there
hell?
you go.
Well, I mean,
Michael.
the Japanese already figured it out. I mean, you could just order a sex doll and life will be fine.
Have a date with your doll, watch some Netflix. I mean, come on.
And smoke some great weed that you pick this weed or that weed's going to make me this and this weed's going to I mean, come on. There's more to life.
There's more to life.
Absolutely.
By the way, Mike, what's wrong with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Oh, I can't stand her. I think she's, first of all, I think she's a little out of her mind.
Well, a little?
A little bit. I think that her ideas are silly. She was the one who wanted to get rid of planes, trains, actually no, not trains, but planes, cars, trucks, cows, and everything that wants the entire country to switch over to a different form of mechanics.
She's a little extreme. I agree with you on that.
Don't get me wrong. I'm all about taking care of the earth and making our, you don't shit where you sleep or live, whatever the term is.
Yeah.
But or sleep. But the thing is, you can't just get rid of everything in like a 10-year period. It has to be a gradual switch over. Let's face it, oil, petroleum is what helps us to get groceries delivered in a truck across the country. It helps us for planes. It helps us NASA with rockets going to the moon. So we need these sort of things to keep the country as well as the world going. And you know what? America, if by far, is not the only country that has some problems. We're probably one of the better countries ecologically than, say, China, Japan, India, Taiwan. All these countries they don't recycle. They just dump garbage, and they constantly pollute the water and the air. We're doing good in America. We recycle. We do our best to put things in their place and reuse what we can. We've become very self-conscious, but you can't get rid of oil right now. You
I
just
agree
can't.
with you on that. And by the way, you just reminded me of the 1987 film Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I will be watching that tonight.
John Candy, right?
John Candy's legend.
Yep, and Steve Martin, I think too.
Yeah, Steve Martin and John Candy's in there.
I love Steve Martin.
Kevin Bacon is in there. A young Kevin Bacon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very young in that one.
How did you pick that one? You needed a good comedy, huh?
Well, no, I mean, Mike just, he says things and sometimes my mind just goes to a movie. He has that effect on me. I don't know.
Michael.
You have that effect on me. I don't. It's a good thing, though. It's a good quality.
Okay.
It's a good quality to have.
Yeah.
So, Robert, Michael, do you want to switch subjects, or do you have a couple other questions you want to ask?
Well, we could jump into other subjects here. I have other things to bring up, and one of them, speaking of movies and all this stuff, Robert, you are an author of many excellent books. Have read some of them personally. I enjoy them, and of course, I have enjoyed a lot of your articles in the past as well. Specifically, one article you have on your website right now that I liked is called "We're All Zombies," and I think. That article. I think that article sums up everything that we're going through right now.
And you know what's really interesting? I'd love to talk about that because
sure.
The other day I was walking down the street, and the zombie meme has always fascinated me. What did it mean? And in that article, I talk about it how we've become zombies in the sense that we're constantly consuming.
We still are zombies.
But then when you think about it with the virus thing, maybe that meme was also feeling the future.
Right.
You see what and when you combine it with it's hard to watch The Walking Dead now and not think about this virus. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So yeah, that article, it's interesting. When I was thinking about it, I was like, yeah, I used to think, yeah, that was an interesting article, but now I see there was one part of it I missed, and it's the reality.
Yeah.
It's almost every meme has a psychological side, a spiritual side, but there's also a physical reality component to these memes. And it's almost like we felt this thing coming, Right.
I'm sure when you wrote it, you thought, oh, well, this is interesting, but kind of silly. But now looking back at it, you're like, holy shit. I'm sure you're thinking that. Yeah. For those that don't know, go to Robert's website and you'll find this article right there. It's pretty much front and center.
Yeah. We're all zombies.
Yeah. Interesting design, by the way. You have the fist there, the Gonzo fist.
The Gonzo fist.
Are you dropping?
I'm sort of rebranding.
Are you dropping peyote out there? I mean, personally, it's been kind of hard for me to get psychedelic mushrooms, especially at this time. It's been difficult for me.
Did we talk about this last time, or I don't know if we went down this rabbit hole?
I don't think we've gone down this route, but I mean, I'm not one to shy away.
I've had my experiences.
Really?
Tell us.
I know. That's what I want to know. I mean, I had a great experience when I ate about an eighth of psychedelic mushrooms and drove around for about an hour.
Oh, God.
I wouldn't recommend anyone doing that. I mean, if you're insane, go do it. But
I've done it, and I don't recommend it either. I've done
don't
it.
do that.
I don't even know how I survived.
Kids, don't do that. That was extremely
don't do that.
Stupid of me, but I am inhuman, and I have a very strange tolerance. So kids, don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, don't do that at home.
Never do that.
I was a big Terrence McKenna fan.
There we go.
McKenna. And I guess one of the things that Terrence talked about a lot was DMT.
Right.
So I've done lots of acid and mushrooms and things, and I guess it was a couple years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago, I had an opportunity to do 5-MeO DMT.
Oh.
And oh my God,
juicy!
That was one of it absolutely, without a doubt, the most extraordinary experience I've ever had. It's like going to another planet.
That's acid?
No, no. You ever hear of ayahuasca?
No, I haven't. That's why I'm confused what you guys are talking about.
Go ahead, Robert. Explain.
The most powerful psychedelic substance in the world is DMT.
Dimethyltryptamine.
dimethyltryptamine, I think it's called. And it's in
Dimethyltryptamine,
ayahuasca.
right.
It's in what?
It's in ayahuasca. So when you take ayahuasca, have you heard of the ayahuasca brew they do in South America, in the jungles of
Peru, Mexico, all over the place.
And so when you take this, you have this pretty powerful psychological psychedelic trip, but the active ingredient is DMT. So when you take this, it sends you to a different dimension, a completely different dimension.
Right.
Okay.
Like you leave this reality and you enter another one completely.
Is it a natural substance or a man-made chemical?
No, 5-MeO DMT comes from toads.
That stuff.
Yeah,
I've
shamans.
heard of that.
Yeah, you could extract that from a lot of different things, but yeah, a toad will do the job.
And it's pretty extraordinary. It's pretty extraordinary. It gives you a sense. One thing you do, you lose complete fear of death. That I will say. If anyone's afraid of dying, have a DMT trip, and you won't be afraid of death.
I'm a little afraid to do DMT, to be honest with you, even though I've done acid and mushrooms many times. But dimethyltryptamine, I'm not quite sure if I want to go down that road anytime soon. I had a friend who was really into it, and he's tried so many times to get me to do it. And I thought, no, I don't want to end up like you, lost in religion all of a sudden. No thanks.
Yeah. Well, it will do that. I mean, do you guys ever listen to Joe Rogan podcast?
The last time I heard a show was back in like 2010.
Oh, wow. So you haven't listened? Yeah.
No.
Rogan talks. Okay, he's done a lot of DMT, and he talks about a lot of his experiences. But yeah, it's
funny.
very powerful. You have to be ready for it.
That sounds funny when you say he's done a lot of DMT.
And can I ask, is this substance an illegal substance?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah.
Because, I mean, like if you buy one of those frogs in a pet store, you know.
Well, I mean, you could extract it from different plants, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, it's true.
Basic chemistry.
Many ways to... Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not very difficult, but I wouldn't recommend it, though. I mean, me personally, I'm not sure if anybody wants to dabble in those sort of things. You're free to do whatever you want. Do as thou wilt,
Would you
as they say.
mushrooms?
I would recommend it if you are over the age of, I would have to say 21. I would say if you want to experience something totally different in your life and you want to fill your head with all sorts of thoughts and ideas, I would say go for it. If you are a creative type, go for it. But if you're not and you have maybe psychological issues, I would advise you not to.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
It's
It's not good for people who are a little borderline.
Well, even weed is not good for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
That could freak a lot of people out.
I can definitely back up that statement.
Personally, I can't smoke weed. It just I don't know what, it just makes me paranoid. It's not. I haven't smoked weed in years.
You
It's
get
just
those
something that does.
You get those anxiety attacks, don't you, Robert?
Yeah, and I don't
Yeah.
feel. When I was in high school, yeah, it was great. But then something happened, and I couldn't do it anymore. And I'm not a big. I even think like with drinking, the less you drink, probably the better. I mean, if you having a few beers with your buddies, that's great. But that overdoing it, it's especially as you get older, it's not good for the. I don't think it's good. It's good for you psychologically.
Probably
Or your
not.
liver.
Yeah.
Don't
Don't
so
wanna
I'm
make
not
that-
like a person who thinks that we should do lots of drugs, but those particular, like I did DMT once, I would never do it again.
Once
Oh,
is
you
You know
enough.
what it is, Robert? You know what it is? It's first and foremost, we're really not made to continually take drugs, particularly man-made drugs like processed stuff like cocaine, heroin,
Meth.
those sort of, or any kind of like anything that acid, anything that's man-made, ecstasy. But if you do, if you look back to ancient man, they've done peyote, they've done marijuana, they've done magic mushrooms, and a few other things like these frogs.
Haha, yes.
But I think what I wanted to, that wasn't really my point. What I wanted to say to you is that so we're not really made to take copious amounts of drugs, but at the same time, when you're younger, you experiment in this world. We happen to have access to certain things like that. And I think as you get older, because I used to, when I was younger and I used to, my club days, the first thing I would do when I went out to a club is I would smoke a joint and I would go in. I rarely drank, very little did I drink, but I would always smoke weed. And, I'd go into the club and I was still able to somewhat communicate with people.
You were able to function.
Now I was able to function. Now I'm 53 now, and I'll admit I still smoke weed. I've been smoking weed ever since I had cancer.
I'm shocked.
Many years. Many years. Yeah, right.
How dare you?
Now I'll only do it at night when I know I'm getting ready for bed, and it helps me sleep. I really don't smoke socially anymore.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't be smoking socially anymore. Not with the coronavirus going around.
Well, I don't go on Facebook and smoke.
Yes. Which is even more contagious.
That's right. Or somebody will give me a hard time about it.
Yeah, you get the coronavirus from going to Facebook.
Yeah, why are you smoking it this way? Don't hold it that way. Why is it wrapped in white paper? You're a racist. You're, white privilege. Who knows?
You still use white paper.
Yeah.
We need to send you to a FEMA camp immediately. Get him on that bus.
We have to. I mean, isn't it ironic, though, that we are all basically locked in our homes, hiding from an invisible enemy, the goddamn Nazi communist virus. We're hiding in the attic. The Gestapo's outside, knocking at your door.
Life used to be so much easier. Remember the bad guys were the Russians? The commies were the bad guys. We were the good guys. They were heathens. We believed in God.
I miss those days.
Two types of music. You had rock and roll and disco. That was it.
Disco, yes. That was so, I love that. Oh, my God.
How times have changed just overnight. It's so sad, but that's the reality that we have awoken from, boys and girls.
20 years.
Wow.
We've awoke into wokeism, and it's not so much fun.
We were all corona-pilled.
It's sad. It is sad. And you have to really, I mean, you can't not look at this, but when 9/11 happened, it changed not only our country, but it changed the world and the method of how we do things. So, F you, terrorists.
Yeah, I agree. And this is the dead land. This is the cactus land, right? Right, Robert?
Right. No, it is. But this is where we are. We're at a period where we've lost north. We're like a ship at sea, and we have no idea where we're going.
Mm.
And I think soon we're going to realize that. And so somebody's got to, step up and because this is socially we're that social cohesion is slowly just completely coming apart. And it's not everywhere. I mean, I've lived in a lot of countries. You see it in Europe and you see it in the United States. It's Western civilization that's having the crisis.
Yeah.
We've got to figure this out quickly.
I keep mentioning to Michael just about every show that based on the world population, in just 100 years, we gathered somewhere like 5.5 billion people worldwide. Prior to that, in the early 1900s, we were only at 1.5 billion worldwide. So in 100 years, 5.5 billion people exploded onto the earth.
No.
And it's taking its toll, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, it's a very interesting time. I mean, the kids. I don't know if you guys have kids, but I've got a daughter, and to imagine what her life is going to be like when she's our age, it's almost unimaginable.
Yeah,
I can't really imagine what the world's going to be like. And I think when I think back to my old man, he probably thought, things will be a little different, but more or less, my son will live in a world that's more or less similar to mine. I don't think our kids are going to live in a completely different world. We can't even imagine it.
Yeah. I mean,
You
let's
think,
face it, just 20 years ago, we couldn't imagine picking up a phone and seeing the person that we're talking to live. That was a Star Trek fantasy.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's a very strange time, and I'm obviously interested in all things esoteric, and astrologically speaking, you could see it this year. I did a reading for somebody in February, and I don't want to go too much detail, but I just remember looking at the reading, going, "Holy shit!" You could see things. There's a big shift going on, and it seems like all the astrological cycles, the economic cycles, the technological cycles, they're all coming together in a period of exponential change. The thing is, what's going to be on the other side? We can't even imagine it, and that's, I think, unique in history.
So,
That we
so are
can't
you
even visualize it.
are you a person who obviously is into astrology?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Astrology. I do a type of reading where I take a look at somebody's chart, their birth chart, and then what I do is I don't spend too much time on it, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then I go into a card reading. So we take a question,
Tarot cards.
and then I do a tarot reading for them. And it works pretty well. It's kind of a unique system. So it's kind of a combination of astrology and tarot, but for me, it works. It's just the way I like to combine both of them.
Well, I've got a question now for you. Now, you say you're a professor, right? You said?
Well, I teach in a business school. So I teach negotiation, professional communication, that kind of thing.
Okay, because I was about to ask you how your profession ties in with what you do, either astrologically or through your readings with the tarot card. What
Oh,
got you
nothing.
into that?
I always like to write. And so I guess I got it through, this would be in the early 2000s. Had a novel that I wanted to write, and I was looking for a structure for it. And I went to the major arcana of the tarot. I played around with the tarot, but I didn't really know much about it. So I wanted to use the major arcana of the tarot as the structure for the novel. And it was kind of like a rabbit hole I dove into. And I never got out. It just fascinates me. It really
Yeah.
You were
fascinates me.
sucked in.
Yeah, I was completely sucked in. And also, it's a way to connect, I think, back to our roots, sort of the Western esoteric tradition. Um, I find it grounds me.
Interesting. Right now would be
How long you been doing tarot card readings?
right.
Probably about 10 years.
Were you taught by someone, or did you pick up a book and read it and learn yourself?
Yeah, I started with that novel, so I kind of basically just got a general idea of it. Then I just started reading, doing a lot of reading. Then I started practicing readings. Then I made that film on the tarot. So I made a film on the tarot, the 21 Faces of God. It's on YouTube. And so, it's something I learned. And then, to really do readings, you've got to do a lot of them. So one of the things I did, I got a gig in a bar. And so if you bought, I don't know, if you bought 2 drinks, you got a free tarot reading. And I would just go there every Thursday and just do lots of readings. And, it's a skill. It takes time.
Right, you gotta know the cards, their meanings, and that's the main thing, is knowing what they mean. There's some of them have quite a detailed description of definition.
And you have to cultivate the intuitive. It's a little bit like music. I really think that most people can have much more intuition than they know, and by using a divinatory system, you really do develop your intuition. It's a little bit like with remote viewing. When you hear these remote viewers talk about, a lot of these guys were just guys in the army that they picked, threw them in this school, and they learned how to remote view. You can cultivate it. It's something you can cultivate. Now, not everyone is going to be a great tarot reader, but most people, I think, can do it.
What do you think, Michael?
Well, I'm sure everyone can eventually learn a few things from messing around with a tarot deck.
Sure.
But of course, it does take time. And usually most people, when they're playing with a deck, it's all very all about themselves, really. Who am I gonna date?
Yeah.
Who am I gonna fall in love with next? Is so and so gonna give me a call? Am I gonna get this job? So
Right.
kind
And
of the
that's
way it
one thing I
goes.
highly recommend is you do not read for yourself.
Why is
I
that?
I never read for myself.
The reason I ask is because when I read I read 2 books on the tarot, and one of the things it said right in the beginning is start practicing by doing your own readings, just so you can get familiar with the cards. Is that a no-no?
No, I think when you're learning in the beginning, but just don't pay too much attention to the results.
Oh, I
You
see
just
what you're
you want to
saying.
get just a feel for them because remember you have a spread, so you have to learn the positions, the meaning of the card, and then the question.
And there's
But
a
when
couple of
you
different spreads too.
there's God knows. I use the Celtic Cross, the classic spread, but there are many different spreads. I recommend stick to one at least until you're really confident in it.
Right.
Because I mean, think about this: there's 78 cards in 10 positions, so there's I think 7 million potential combinations. So you can, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of learning because it's every combination is different. But I don't recommend in a serious like imagine you have a serious. What I don't think is a good idea to do the reading for your because your ego. It's you need that separation. It's very important to have separation from the question.
Oh,
You can deceive yourself.
we're losing you a little bit there, Robert.
I just mean you could. It's easy to deceive yourself by doing readings for yourself.
And now you're back.
There we go.
You were underwater for a moment there.
Might have been
Under,
it might have been Skype.
Yeah, most
It could
likely.
be.
Just internet problems, no worries. And of course, you've been doing this for a very long time and you are still doing this. I have to ask you, Robert, did you grow up in a religious household of any kind?
Oh, very religious. Yeah.
Really?
I was raised Irish Catholic. Yeah.
Oh shit, okay. Yeah, you're in deep then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mike is also
But you
a
have to remember.
Catholic.
Mhm.
Well, raised Catholic.
I was born and raised Roman Catholic.
And then he
Yeah.
turned his back
Italian
on
family.
and then he turned his back on God.
No,
my
he
God.
turned his back on me.
Do you like the way do you like the way I say that, by the way, Mike? You turned your back on God.
Well, like
I'm
I
trying to
said,
sound
he
like a
turned his
reverend.
back on me.
You
That's
turned your
why
back
I
on.
strayed.
Oh, okay.
It's important, I think, to not give up, but I think it's important to take a break from the tradition you were born into, and then you can come back to it eventually, and you can see it from a different angle. So you never know, you might come back.
You might
You
come
think
back, Mike.
so? Are you still religious?
That's a difficult question, but I see what I can say is this: I see an enormous amount of truth in Christianity. If it's understood correct, well, I should say that correctly. Well, there's a literal belief in sort of a historical religious reality. That part of it I don't really find so important anymore. But the true meaning of it, I think, transcends those sort of historical events. So but the true meaning of Christianity, I think it's very true. And I think it makes an enormous amount of sense. But
In a nutshell, though, what would be the truth of religion? I don't know if I quoted what you just said, but what would be the truth in it? In a
well, I
short
mean,
answer.
let's just take Christianity for example. I mean, remember, religion itself, the word means religare, reconnect. And what does it connect you? So if you look at the cross, the Christian cross, you have a vertical line and you have a horizontal line. The vertical line is the eternal, what doesn't change, what's beyond time, and then you have the horizontal is what was born and what dies. You can think of the vertical as the sun, the horizontal as the moon. The moon comes and goes, but the sun's always there, right?
Okay.
And then in Christianity, you have a man on that cross, right in the middle, who's stuck in this point of the timeless and the time bound.
He's at
And I
the
think that's
intersection.
exactly. And I think that's the message of Christianity, in its true essence. And I think it's
Possibly. There is another guy who would disagree with you, who we just interviewed last week. He was very adamant about the fact that he thoroughly believed that his method of Christianity, actually
Catholicism, right?
Right, was going to be his. It was going to save him, and anybody who followed that theory or method of Catholicism. And he's very adamant, like, we're the ones who are going to get saved, not
who
you,
was it?
Michael.
Oh, that would be Eric Kajewski.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Oy vey.
And oy vey. He he was very adamant in his belief that his way is the right way, and that the apocalypse is now on its way because of all the signs that are out there, plague and fire and all that jazz.
Yeah, he's
and
God's
honestly
mad. He's punishing us. That's why. That's why the
But
virus
honestly,
is here.
it's nothing different than we haven't seen every I don't know, every couple of decades or so. Something pops up and it's like, oh, everybody starts flipping out. The end of the world's coming. But we always seem to get through it, and that's what I tried to explain to him. 99% of the time we get through it and we come out stronger, and we keep going. But he was, told me I was a sinner, and that
But you
know,
are.
according to him, everybody is a sinner.
Praise the sinners, in my mind.
But here's how I see it. If I don't affect anyone negatively in whatever it is I do, and I'm talking whatever it is I do, I don't think that I'm doing anything bad, because if I'm not hurting someone or something, then I believe I'm thoroughly innocent. It's got nothing to do with civilization or being civilized, group of people. We are all part of something that started a couple 100,000 years ago when we were cavemen, and they didn't have the ideas of I don't know, like, what they didn't really understand, maybe what love was, or they did have greed, but that's greed for food and greed for clothing or land. And then you would just take your tribe, go over to the tribe that has the cave, and beat their brains in with a rock, and then you steal their cave. But they didn't even think about it, and there was no guilt involved. Guilt came when religion began to emerge and make us think that if you do this wrong, the God of such and such is going to punish you. So we move into that phase where we think everything has a consequence in heaven and or hell. So I mean, I can go on and on with this, but the fact is,
but I think you have to recognize there are two aspects to religion. There's the local ethnic part of religion, which is really morals, and that is relative. Sort of the rules that we need to conduct ourselves in a society that more or less keeps the society stable. But then there's another part to religion which explains the transcendent part. And so there's the two aspects to it. Yeah, one aspect of religion is obviously social control, but it's not such a bad thing,
No, it's not. You're right. It's a good thing.
And then,
I agree.
I mean, it's not always good, but I mean, it's necessary. We need
Right.
rule. We need a certain ethical code. But then there is a transcendent side to religion, and I think that's the part that we're missing today. We become such materialists that it gets back to that whole zombie thing. If all there is consumption, if we all of our cultures tell us there's another side to things, and we've lost that, and that's why we're so frustrated.
By the way, Oscar Langley in the chat says God came back to punish boomers and men in tiny hats. Amazing.
Tiny hats.
Hi vey.
Do you believe in a life after death?
Yeah, good question.
There.
Oh, did we lose Robert already? Oh no, we
I
might
don't
have
know.
lost them.
Possible.
We
You
might have
know,
lost them.
what everybody's staying home, Michael. Everybody's on Skype.
Everyone's on the
or
internet.
social media. Yeah, yeah. So it's very possible we may have lost him. I
Everyone's
still see his icon up there.
everyone's taking away the bandwidth.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm looking, and yeah, it looks like we might have lost him. But he's still in here. Maybe he ran out of the room.
Maybe. Robert, if you can hear us,
Knock.
come back.
If you could hear
back.
us. No, there he's gone.
There he's gone.
I was gonna say, if you're there, Robert, and there's a gun to your head, and you can't talk, just knock on the desk there. We'll send help. We'll send the cops there.
He's probably having the same problem. He's probably having the same problem that I've been having with, like I said, just too many people online. They need to get off so we can do our show.
That's true. They need to get the fuck offline. Stop watching Netflix and stop looking at Pornhub.
That's right. Or YouPorn.
Or YouPorn, that's right. That's too bad.
My favorite site.
Just when we were having a good discussion here, a very nice family-orientated discussion.
Indeed. Well, I'll write it down so when he comes back, we can ask him,
Yeah,
do you believe in God?
Yeah, do you believe in God? And that number is 760-332-8724 if you want to jump in here.
Call in, people.
Yeah, call in. It's all good. Be nice
talk to us.
Be nice to talk to some of you out there. Some of you, not all of you.
Not all of you.
Just some of you. Just the chosen ones.
Yeah.
God's chosen children are more than welcome to call in. That number is 760-332-8724. Heathens, don't even dare call in.
Oh, damn you.
Damn you to hell.
And where'd he go, man? He's not even calling back.
I think he's gone. I think it's over.
Yeah.
Well, it was fun while it lasted. We were already here for about an hour and 37 minutes, so it's pretty good content there.
We did pretty good on that, but hopefully he'll. I mean, I hope he didn't have a problem with his computer, but normally it doesn't take that long to get back, does it?
Or maybe it was his government.
Maybe
government officials went in there and handled our guest Robert Bonomo here.
He's been around, man, right?
Yeah.
He lived in Russia.
He's been everywhere.
China, South America, South Africa. What else did he say?
He's been all over the place. He's been with women from around the world.
Apparently.
That's a Tom Likas saying, by the way.
Hey, gentlemen, sorry.
There you are, brother. What happened? Did the government come for you?
They came again.
You
got after me.
They gave you a courtesy call. Knocked at your door.
I wish they were after me. It would make my life a little more interesting, I think.
It would be quite the story to tell, but yes, Robert, we were talking about God, and did you like the way I said that, Mike?
Yes.
I said like a reverend.
Good segue.
Yes. So, do you believe in God, Robert?
And or the devil?
Or the devil? Good question.
Yeah, I remember because the psychologist Carl Jung once they asked him that question on the BBC, and he gave a really interesting answer. He said, "I don't believe in God. I know God."
Oh shit.
And I think it's something that you have to experience. I mean, God is a metaphor for something, but what is it a metaphor for? And it's something. It's that I think it's I see it as that constant expansion of awareness of consciousness. So the simple answer would be yes, but maybe not in the way some people do. But yes, I would say the simple answer. I would say yes. If someone asks me that, I always say yes.
So if you believe in God, therefore you must believe in a devil or a hell.
No,
you don't.
I don't. No.
Now I gotta say that's strange because that would somewhat technically be against your religion. You said you're Catholic, right? Irish Catholic?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's my ethnic identity, which I'm quite proud of. But it's not. I wouldn't say I'm a card-carrying Catholic anymore. What I see as the God element is the spirit. I mean, if you think of the world, remember we talked about the cross. There's
Right.
a vertical, the sun, the eternal, and then there's something that dies, the material part.
Right.
If you go to the extremes, if you go to the extreme of the spiritual side, you get that thing that we call God. And if you go to the extreme of the material side, you get that thing that we call the devil. They're two aspects of the same system, in my feeling.
What would you say to someone who, for let's just say, for argument's sake, a very religious person comes up to you and says, reading tarot cards is blasphemous and you're conjuring up demonic spirits. What would you say to
it's a
person
tool
like
of
that?
the devil, in other words.
Mhm.
Right.
I have a lot of respect for people who are religious. I really do. So generally, I have pretty good intuition with people. So if I'm around someone who I can tell is who's say, let's say, who adheres to a very traditional religious outlook, I just don't bring that stuff up, and I speak to them very respectfully about their religious beliefs because they're true. You know what I mean? There's an essence of truth in all of these traditional religions. So I try and be as respectful as possible.
Right.
Right.
And so generally, people pick that up, because I don't talk about this with everybody. Now, if I see
Right.
somebody,
Nor should
can't.
you. Yeah, nor should you, Robert.
yeah, exactly, and I have a lot, and it's not condescension. I actually have a lot of respect for people who adhere to a traditional religious outlook, and I think it's perfectly viable. So that's generally how I do it. I'm not out propagating crazy ideas, but I do think most religious people, if you ask most religious people who are very religious, they have an understanding that we do have an intuition. We can sneak around and see sort of the edges of time. They understand that exists. As long as you don't push it too hard on them, usually I don't get a lot of pushback. You'd be surprised.
But
Very traditionally
but
mainstream religious people come to me for an astrology reading or a tarot reading, and
and that's
there's
cool. That's cool. But if somebody who was really, as I say, if somebody was just really religious, no
Mhm,
matter what it is, whether it's Judeo-Christian or Muslim or whatever, and they came up to you and said, "Hey, Robert,
mhm.
what you do is wrong, and it goes against what I believe in and the Catholic or Christian religion, and you're using a tool of the devil to conjure spirits for
Mhm.
answers." What would you say to somebody like that?
Well, if they were Catholic, I would say, well, I mean, the Vatican had astrologers till the 18th century.
Really, I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I mean, the Vatican, there were in-house astrologers in the Vatican. Astrology has always lived quite well within most, at least within Catholicism. And of course, in Islam, they had some very important astrologers in Islam. So I guess maybe some of the Protestant, the very strict, like
Baptists.
Calvinists might be against all of this kind of stuff. But in Catholicism, I mean, astrology, what you can't do in Catholicism is magic. Magic is something else. And I don't really get involved with that. But as long as you stick to astrology and you accept that there's a divine order and all astrology is doing is allowing you to see that divine order, within Catholicism there really is no problem.
And I
And
agree
within
with you, Robert. I
Islam,
just think there are people out there who wouldn't agree with what you're saying. That's all I'm bringing up.
yeah, and I think, for example, very strict Calvinists would think that you were playing around with fate.
Yeah.
And I would, and here's what I mean. It's a bit of a sneaky answer, but I would say, you know what? A lot of this is projection, and it's true. When you do a tarot reading, there's a lot of psychological projection that goes on. It's like a Rorschach test. I would say, look, you know what? It's not really spirits. It's just cultivating your own intuition. Because if you ask this person, do you have intuition? Do sometimes you know who's going to call and they call?
Of course.
They'll say, well, yeah, sometimes. All this does is cultivate your intuition, and that's really what it is. There's nothing magical about the cards. It's just a way to kind of help you see around the corner.
Now, Robert, let me.
Because
Oh, go
I have
ahead.
to say I'm not into magic
Mm,
and this kind of stuff. I kind of stay away from that.
right. And Robert, let me just ask you this: why do you believe in God?
Well, like I said, I don't believe in God. I think I've experienced the transcendent. And when you experience that, you understand that we have a transcendent part to our existence. We have a part that's material, that will be born and will die, but there's something else. And I think you can, once you've had that spiritual experience, you realize that there's something else and that there's something transcendent in us. And that's why I would say, in very loose terms, if someone asked me, do I believe in God? I would say, yeah. But you have to, I really do believe you have to experience it. You can believe anything you want, but until you actually know it, the belief it will help you get to that point where you can know it. But if you never actually cross that bridge, I'm not sure how much. I don't think you can believe in God. That's enough.
Understood.
It's enough.
Understood. Well, I'm glad you gave some answer. I asked that question to a lot of people on the show, and there's always a long pause there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For
Sometimes
some
we
reason,
don't even get an answer.
That's true. Sometimes we don't even get an answer.
Well, how about you though? What you seem to have a clear idea. What are your thoughts on it?
Hold that thought really quickly. We do have a caller. Perhaps it's even for you, Robert. I don't know. Caller, go ahead. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hello, gentlemen. I'm here to kind of reassert what Robert was just saying. Like, where do you stand on this, Michael?
About what?
Well, you're a well-known atheist with an incredibly great radio program, and your guest, who I think is doing a wonderful job. By the way, Robert, thank you so much for your time this evening, and it's good to hear Mike's voice as well. But you've had a recent well-known guest like right before this, a co-editing, and then Mike was just referencing the other Michael, Eric, I'm sorry, the other night, who was the Catholic, the staunch Catholic that you guys were talking about. So you've been leading up and playing a lot of great guests over the last week, Michael, and I think your listeners would really want to know where you sit and where you stand and how you feel about the whole concept of God.
No problem. Is that all you got?
That's what I got. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
Thank you,
yes.
caller.
Yeah. Thank you for the call. Well, I am an atheist, but an open-minded atheist. I used to say, well, I'm an agnostic atheist, but then I realized that's kind of stupid. I'm an atheist. I like to believe in things that I could prove. I try to make it a habit. And I know that's not going to be accepted for everyone out there, but my truth is not your truth, and your truth may not be my truth.
No, sure.
That's usually how it goes, but I'm an atheist and I don't exactly believe everything. I'm quite skeptical, but again, I'm open-minded, and that's where we have this trouble. And a lot of people that are close to me always get annoyed with me. They say, you studied so many different religions, Michael, yet you don't believe in God, right? And they say, well, you've read the Bible better, or you actually read the Bible and you know it a lot better than some of these people out here, some of these pastors and some of these men of quote unquote faith. And I say, well, yeah, that's true. However, I still don't have any evidence to prove God at all. And I don't have any proof to disprove a God either.
Have you ever had a spiritual experience?
Yeah, I mean, some people can explain that, but the thing is, the thing is, everything that has been sort of successfully explained has been explained by a natural cause. Nothing else can really sort of solidify anything else in my mind. Everything else is sort of maybe, I guess, supernatural.
Sure. How were you raised?
I was raised without religion. I've been quite lucky. However, my mom was
raised Michael.
That's true. My mom was the religious one. My dad was the one who was open-minded.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I don't have any bad habits.
Let's make one deal, though. Will you make a deal with me?
Sure.
Okay. Do DMT.
Nah.
and then we'll talk. And I think there are no atheists on a DMT trip.
No atheists in a rabbit hole, right?
See, now, may I interject 1 second by what Robert just
Go ahead.
suggested
Jump
you do?
in there.
How many people, Michael, how many people have you met or know of that have gone through a drug trip or an alcoholic binge where they hit rock bottom and they have a vision and all of a sudden they become religious?
All the
I, for
time.
one,
The guy I was talking about, the one who was into DMT, he's a guy who was into Christianity for a long time. He started fucking around with these mind-altering drugs, and he started feeling like he's lost again in life. And the guy bounced around from religion to religion. And now, where he's found himself is even more embarrassing to even speak of, because now he has sort of joined another cult. In my opinion, he's joined the, what are those nice men called? The Hebrew Israelites?
Okay.
The ones that used to stand on the corner and harass everyone.
Oh, yes.
The one who are very
Those
militant. The guy went
Yeah.
from Christianity to Catholicism to God knows what else, and now he found himself in that. So, I mean, I don't even know what to make of that shit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Was
yeah.
it the drugs? Was it his mind? I don't know. It was a combination of everything.
That's my point. There have been so many people who have gone on a drug trip or have been alcoholics or gone through gambling binges or sex addiction or shopping or food addiction, and all of a sudden they find God and that brings them out. Now, it might be just a metaphor for them having found themselves, for lack of a better term, and say, all right, well, I don't need food anymore. I don't need drugs anymore. I don't need to gamble anymore. But a lot of times, like I said, they think they found God, and as a matter of fact, in a lot of heroin or I should say drug clinic rehabs, you get people who go there for the stay of sometimes 6 months, and they're actually told while in this rehab to find God, read your Bible, pray, find God, and now I'm not knocking it. I'm just simply saying it seems kind of weird. It's pushed on you while recovering from an addiction of some sort.
Well, and
Just-
most people don't know that Alcoholics Anonymous was founded by a guy who was just a lost alcoholic. He went to Carl Jung, the psychologist, and he fell off the wagon. And the psychologist Carl Jung told him, "Look, I can't waste my time with you. You're just, I can't help you. There's no help for you." And the guy was so desperate. He said, "You can't just throw me out on the street." And he said, I can't do anything for you." He said, "The only thing that will change you is a profound religious experience. The only thing that will get you off the booze." And that's how AA began. So that's why that whole religious thing in AA is really important. A lot of people don't realize it, but it's really the fundamental principle of AA is that.
Well, not for nothing, but I've come off of 3 different drugs. And
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
Sorry.
have to.
I was
Oh
excited.
yeah, I don't
go
think
through
you
that.
have to. I don't think you have to, but I just mean that the particular method of Alcoholics Anonymous is based on that. That's where it comes from.
Yeah, I understand it. I even have a cousin who went through. She was addicted to cocaine and for years, and one day, like, her house got busted and really crazy situation, and she
White
went
lines,
to a rehab.
baby.
Yeah,
Hey, if it helps them.
lots of white lines.
Lots of white
So she went to a
lines.
rehab center for 6 months, and she came out very religious.
That's pretty crazy to have
Yeah,
a
helps.
cocaine habit, by the way. That shit is expensive. Sorry, how to say it.
Yeah,
How to say it, sorry.
yeah. This was in 1986. I
Oh, the
believe it
good
was.
stuff, the really good stuff around the 86.
Yeah.
The Freeway Ricky
Yeah.
Ross cocaine, who I've interviewed, by the way, many, many moons ago. And funny thing about that show that many people don't know is when I was doing the interview with Freeway Ricky Ross, the real Rick Ross, he was doing the interview in the back of a Suburban, and on another phone, one of his people there in the riding shotgun, I think, they were trying to order some weed, and if you listen closely, you'll hear Freeway Ricky Ross saying, "Yeah, give me an ounce." Good times. So it's good to know that
Nice.
he's been keeping his nose clean. Good times.
The path of excess leads to the palace of wisdom, as William Blake said. So sometimes you got to get out there. But I think I have a lot of respect for people who are atheists. I was an atheist for a long time, because it's a very rational way to be. It makes a lot of sense.
Well, yeah, it's good to be rational and to observe something and get someone else to observe it as well, and to have that confirmation. Because without it, got nothing.
See it on a logical basis,
You have to be logical.
Facts and logic, man. That's what it's all about.
But what I think is important is that no matter what your belief system is, we need a narrative. We all need a narrative.
Indeed.
All human culture needs a narrative. We need a story, and we need to see our place in that narrative. And so whatever the worldview is, there's got to be a narrative behind it. And the good thing about being an atheist, I think, is you can kind of choose your narrative.
So, Robert, you believe in intelligent design, don't you?
Oh, no, I believe in physics.
That's a better answer.
I was listening to who was it? Roger Penrose yesterday, talking about physics, and that's spooky enough for me. I don't need intelligent design.
I don't believe in intelligent design, by the way.
The mystery and the wonder of physics is enough for me.
Yeah, I've never been one to believe in the concept of intelligent design. Mike, I'm not quite sure if you follow along that things don't just come out of nothing.
Wow. How do I answer that question?
I know, right? It's kind of
that statement, really.
conundrum.
I mean, it's all right. For example, something coming out of nothing. Let's try to look at how the universe was made from the Big Bang, which essentially scientists say started from a singularity and expanded into what we know as the universe, which stretches for hundreds of billions of light years, side to side. And there has been some theory that each universe is encased within a bubble. For try to understand what I'm trying to say here. It's in a bubble, and that there are other universes around it, so that life just continues into larger scales, from the smallest microbes and atoms and nuclei.
You were right.
Here.
You were almost
Thank
there.
you. Neutrons and all that jazz. So, who knows if there's anything smaller than that that we can't even see yet. But it's a broad question, Michael. Broad question. I think that I think the world that we know, there are things that can be explained and will eventually be explained, particularly things that we don't understand yet.
Eventually.
But eventually, we're going to die. And I don't mean just, from a heart attack. I mean, eventually humanity will become extinct. The Earth will then eventually die as our sun gets bigger and bigger and burns everything off the Earth. Eventually, our solar system will die once the sun dies. And, galaxies come to an end. The universe may do the big crunch, as they say.
All through observation.
Back in.
Right. We've observed this. So, yes, you were right. All through observation, we've seen this occur naturally.
Right. And we only know what we know now and what we're going to know in the future. But eventually, we're going to become an extinct species, because unless we get to another planet out of this solar system, as I said, the sun will grow. How long can we last?
Yeah.
There's been so many different species that have become extinct. We're next. Whether it's
obviously the universe is going to end. I mean, I don't think anyone who understands physics disagrees with that.
Well, Lawrence Krauss, when I interviewed when I interviewed Lawrence Krauss, I asked him the same question about the universe ending, and he goes, "Well, who says the universe has to end, or Earth has to end?" That's what he had
It
told
has
me.
to.
And I was thinking,
Eh,
well, of course it has to end, Lawrence. You psycho.
No, but Krauss's theory is pretty interesting because from that cold end,
We got to bring him back in here,
from,
by the way.
from right from the quantum effects, things will emerge out of nothing. You know that theory that Krauss talks about, how
Yeah.
from nothing something can emerge, and
Right,
then
right.
it would the whole thing would start again. It's pretty fascinating, that whole idea he has.
Yeah, Lawrence is a very sharp individual. I definitely have to bring him back on the program soon here. We could jump more into this, but of course, Robert, one of the questions I forgot to ask you during the beginning of the program is about symbols and archetypes. And my question originally was going to be, why do symbols and archetypes have so much power? I know, right? That's kind of
because
pretty heavy.
I think, yeah, it's not an easy question. If we look at humans, we are constantly creating stories. So the stories we create gives us meaning, which gives us a social structure, which allows us to operate on a different level than, say, animals can. We can operate through stories. Think about the dollar, or countries,
Right.
or citizenship. These are all stories. And from an evolutionary standpoint, it allows us to transcend a bit that sort of animal the purely instinctual. So we can create complex systems through these stories, but they're stories we have to believe. I think the dollar, for example. The dollar, what is the dollar worth? What is a dollar? It's just a story that we all decide to believe it, and it works as a means of exchange, right? And a store of value. So these archetypes, think of it as sort of the building blocks. In physics, you've got the building blocks of the standard model. But from the narrative sense, there's the building blocks of narrative. And the building blocks of narrative are these archetypes. And they're what help us understand and create narratives, which in turn allow us to create these complex systems. So I would say that they're the fundamental particles of the narrative world.
Good answer. Mike, do you
Yeah, that
agree?
wasn't pretty.
It was a good answer. Very good. Well said. I guess the only thing left to ask is, do you think there is an ultimate truth?
Mm-mm. Absolutely not. I think what there is a constant infinite expansion of awareness, of consciousness. See,
chaotic.
I think consciousness is fundamental. And I think it's possible from a standpoint of physics that could eventually become. Because there's a problem, there's a lot of problems in physics. And one of them is the whole consciousness thing. Where does consciousness, is it just an epiphenomenon of this order that we have in the body, a biological order, a condensed biological order? Or is it actually one of the fundamental elements of the universe? And I think consciousness is fundamental. And the ultimate order is the expansion of that consciousness. There is no ultimate answer. The ultimate answer is the expansion of that consciousness.
Well, that I could agree with. Mike, did you have something to say? Get in there.
No, sir, I'm good.
I thought I heard you back there. Okay.
No, I probably made a strange noise, but no, I'm good, man.
All good, all good. And Robert, how are you dreaming right now? Dreams are good. Dreams are bad. What's up with the astral plane?
Yeah, I've actually had some quite strange. I dream a lot. I'm a very active dreamer, and I've had some strange dreams lately. Very strange.
Would you
And
like
I
to?
think it's because of this situation that we're in.
I agree.
It's I think it's traumatic for everybody.
Sure,
I mean,
you go to
just
bed
wanted to-
thinking about these things. You go to bed thinking about these things. How can you not dream about them?
And I want to ask you guys, because I've had this experience 2 times, because now I'm actually isolated. My wife went back home I sent her back to her daughter's because I was just worried about her health.
Oh, right.
So I'm alone. So the other day I woke up with a bit of a fever, and I was like, "Oh my God, I've got the virus."
You got the
And I
corona.
remember thinking, "Yeah, I've been coroned," and I remember thinking, "Oh shit, here we go." But actually, it was a strange feeling. I was quite calm about it. I was like, "All right, considering my age and things, I smoke, I'm not the healthiest guy in the world. Like this might be it." So it was a bizarre feeling. I was like, "Okay, let's get everything in order. All right, I'm ready." But I think a lot of people are probably going through that. Where they wake up and they go, "This is it,"
Yeah.
I'm expecting a lot of suicides to happen.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard that too.
Yeah,
I
just like
heard that
Trump
too,
said.
yeah.
He's right. A lot of people will kill themselves in this time. Unfortunately.
Hmm.
Because if you don't have a cultural life, if you don't have an intellectual life, if all you have is work and sort of say someone who's really focused on their work and they have a really active social life and there's not a lot else going on, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I have a lot of friends that are like that and they're great. I love hanging out with them. You know what I mean? But when you get cut off from your work and from your social life, I think if that's where you live, if that's where you get the juice in life, for those people, it's got to be really difficult. I mean, I'm lucky. I'm more of an introvert and I have my intellectual pursuits. So, for me, I can kind of get by, but I'm worried about those people because I love those people. Those people are great. They're the ones that you want to meet when you go out, those guys you call, "Hey, let's go have some fun." For those people, I think this period's got to be difficult, really difficult.
Yeah. And it's I think it's particularly having a real bad effect on a lot of kids, adolescents, because you got the news telling you, well, there's so many people that died today, and stay indoors and make sure you wear a mask and don't touch anybody and don't go anywhere. And the kids are getting freaked out about this. They really are. But you
Oh
got
my
to ask
God.
yourself a question here. I don't mean to get back into this whole coronavirus thing, but you got to ask yourself a question. I had to go to the store the other day. I had to go to the supermarket, and they're they're working with it. They've got at the courtesy counter they had constructed this thing that now it's a piece of plastic that's in front of the customer, so that the customer and the employee do not breathe on each other. When I went to the post office, they had the very same thing, a piece of plastic hanging in front of the counter, and I spoke to my post person, and that was that. So there are ways to work around this.
Yeah.
Um, I just think that people are getting more and more scared of what they're seeing being broadcast on the news, especially children.
Oh my, yeah.
Yeah. And I teach university kids, so, 19 to 22, and they're going bonkers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's going on with them?
Absolutely
Are they
nuts.
handling this well? I mean, I know the high school kids out here are not handling it well. I mean, they even have this article, local news out here that they've been talking about some of the seniors and how they are just devastated by the coronavirus, that they won't enjoy prom or all these other events that they looked forward to, and now all that shit is gone.
Yeah, yeah.
And one of them even
I
said,
feel
"We don't."
bad.
And one of them even
Yeah.
said, "We didn't even realize that this was our last day of school." I mean, that shit is kind of devastating for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, they were just basically told you're not going back for the rest of the year. You're going to be
Yeah.
homeschooled if you're
Wow.
lucky, um, or they're going to have to repeat. I mean, one or the other. But
How crazy.
I mean, honestly, guys, did you ever think you would live to see something like this?
Jesus Christ, Emmanuel, the Son of God. Sorry, bad habit of doing that.
Well, I was in high school. I was a basketball player, and basketball was really important for me. And I
Mhm.
can imagine, the end of all of a sudden they say, basketball season's over. There's no more games. I would have been
That's it.
No,
destroyed.
that's
I would
it.
have been destroyed. How many kids are going through that?
Yeah.
It's tough. It's I mean, I feel fortunate in the sense that I know for me it's not so bad, but for a lot of people it's got to be really tough. So hopefully we can do all we can to get
You
this
know
thing.
what? You know what? It just occurred to me. I wonder how places like islands like Bermuda or um, um, any of those closed off islands are doing if they're massively affected.
That's a good question. I think
Yeah.
if they don't have any cases and they don't let anyone in, they should be all right.
Borders.
Yeah.
Keep them out.
That's what I'm thinking.
Build the wall.
I mean, seriously, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, obviously, in a place like on a continent, whether it's Africa or Europe or America, you've just got access to so many people. You don't even need a plane. You all you got to do is walk or drive, and you can get to some other part of the country. But on an island like let's even say Cuba for that matter, like if it's they don't have it, they can keep from getting any infections from other people by basically closing off a border.
Yeah.
I was just curious. I was thinking about that. I never even thought to look up whether these places are being infected or not.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to get hit with this thing in due time.
Yeah, eventually, I think we're all going to get it.
Yeah, something like 85% of America will definitely be infected. Maybe even 85% of the world will be infected.
Wow.
Maybe even 90.
There was a paper the other day that showed that it actually spreads through the air, so you can actually not cough it, you can breathe it on somebody.
Ooh.
So there's no way that we're all not going to get this.
Speaking of which, I think I got it, to be honest with you. Several weeks ago. Had it, right.
Had it.
I had it.
How long ago?
What was that, Mike? Like 3-4 weeks ago?
About 4 weeks ago.
About 4 weeks ago, right.
Maybe more.
Mm-hmm. I was out for 3 to 4 days. I felt like dog shit. But I didn't
really bad.
Well, I
Did you
mean,
have a high fever?
I had a little bit of a fever. I had a bit of a headache, but I wasn't breathing. I didn't have any difficult breathing at all. But I did have that headache.
You did?
No, I wasn't breathing bad at all. I was breathing fine. But I didn't even have that much of a cough either. But I did have that weird headache.
I think you didn't have it. That's why I think you didn't have it, because so many of the reports are saying that people couldn't breathe properly, and you're a smoker, so I know some of the cases.
Mike, I have lungs like Michael Phelps.
Do you now?
I sure do.
Can you swim as fast as he can?
I can, but I'm sure I have the same lung capacity as him. Maybe even better.
Yeah, but you have the webbed feet.
I don't.
Oh.
He's like from Waterworld, Kevin Costner. The fish man.
Intelligent design.
Yeah, there it is.
Design.
Well,
there you go.
Well, evolution.
Michael,
Pokemon.
I mean,
sorry.
I know you thought that there's a possibility that you may have had it, and I'm obviously not a doctor, so I don't know for sure, but based on some of the symptoms that you had, I don't think you did have it.
You say nay.
I say nay, and I'll tell you why. Because in the beginning of the year, in January, shortly after the first of the year, I ended up getting terribly sick and ended up having to take myself to the hospital. I had to go to the emergency room because it hit me like a ton of freaking bricks. And I was out for 4 days. I was down for the count, man. I was on that sofa watching constant reruns of all my favorite shows on Netflix, and but I just felt like a ton of bricks had hit me. And it turns out they did they stick the Q-tip up my nose and down my throat.
Oh my god!
And
shit, that hurt.
Yeah. Not really. It was uncomfortable, but they just stick it in there to get some of your snot and saliva, and
they're trying to poke your brain.
And, yeah, they did poke my brain. But I'm doing it right now. I'm all right now.
Sound like you said migraine.
And you didn't have it. They tested you, you didn't have it.
I didn't have it, but I had
strep throat. Yeah, I remember.
And flu A.
Oh, okay.
But I felt like it was the worst flu. I usually get a flu shot every year. This was the first year, I should say last year, was the first year that I didn't get it. And of course I got the flu.
And he got it.
Yep.
That dirty flu.
So I don't think you had it, Michael. That's just my opinion, buddy.
I just don't understand why I would feel like shit for 3 days. I mean, any other flu I've had lasted at least 2 weeks.
I think, you know what? I think we're not going to understand this virus till we come out with the serological test, where we
Right,
can test for
right.
the antibodies. Until we get that test, we're flying blind. We need
Yeah.
that test quickly.
That's what I've been
Straight-
trying to tell a lot of people, that the ones that bring up a bunch of statistics about this, that, and the other. The thing is, this is very, very new.
Oh, yeah.
This is still very new. We don't have all the information on this as we do as the flu. And most statistics that you see are stats from the flu all year around, from a seasonal flu. And boys and girls, let me remind you, this shit ain't even over yet.
Oh, it's just begun.
It's going to stop. Here's the thing. It's going to stop for a couple, maybe like a week or so. And then it's just going to come right back like it did in China.
And people don't understand that. They think that we're all going to stay at home and this is going to somehow like float away to Mars. No, we're all going to. There's no way to stop this. We're all going to get it. It's just how long is it going to take? You know, but we need that serological test to be able to understand who's already been infected and because once we have that test, then people who have, who've had it and gotten over it, they can get back to work. And then we can slowly get the whole thing rolling again. But we need that test. And they got to get that thing out. As I read, the good news is there was a guy from Stanford who was saying hopefully within 3 weeks, they should have 1 million of those ready, the serological test. And then we can finally free up the people who've already had this. And then that way we can get things, rolling again. But we need that test quickly.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And I think I have some audio of, I think this is like Fox and Friends with Dr. Fauci. Let's run that clip real quick here.
Brian Kilmeade.
There was a worldwide study made of 6,000 doctors in 30 different countries, and the final percentage was 37% of the doctors said that hydroxychloroquine was the most effective treatment against COVID-19. Now, here in the United States right now, only about 23% of the doctors prescribe it, which is far less than other countries. And we had Dr. Oz on just 1 hour ago, and he actually was talking about this story. And Dr. Oz, Dr. Fauci, has this question to you about the studies.
I wonder if he was impressed or what his thoughts are about the Chinese study that we discussed yesterday from Wuhan that reflected statistically significant improvement in recovery from fever, from cough, and in pneumonia as well.
Yeah, you want my response to that?
So there you go. Yes, sir.
I mean, so that was not a very robust study. It is still possible that there is a beneficial effect, but the study that was just quoted, and on a scale of strength of evidence, that's not overwhelmingly strong. It's an indication, a hint of it. But getting back to what you said just a moment ago, that X percent, I think you said 37% of doctors feel that it's beneficial. We don't operate on how you feel. We operate on what evidence is and data is. So although there is some suggestion with the study that was just mentioned by Dr. Oz, I mean, granted that there is a suggestion that there is a benefit there, I think we've got to be careful that we don't make that majestic leap to assume that this is a knockout drug. We still need to do the kinds of studies that definitively prove whether any intervention, not just this one, any intervention is truly safe and effective. But when you don't have that information, it's understandable, and I grant that, it's understandable why people may want to take something anyway, even with the slightest hint of it being effective. And I have no problem with that.
He hit him with facts don't care about your feelings. He went all Ben Shapiro on them there. My goodness.
You know, I want to say something about this because I find his comments a little disturbing.
I kind of do too, actually. I don't know where that came from.
First, in a situation like this, you need a certain level of optimism. It's important.
Right.
What he should have said, I think, is, hell yeah, if there's a chance we have how many hundreds of thousands of people infected with this, let's start testing it today.
Right.
And we can have results in 2 weeks. That's what I would, if I were him, I would have said, let's go for it, man. This is great news. And there is a placebo effect. No one can deny this. There's a placebo effect to all of these types of drugs. So you get that extra additional oomph to your immune system from the placebo effect. So he should have said, that's great news. We're testing today and we'll know in 2 weeks. And if it works, hell yeah. I mean, that's the wrong attitude. I don't need lessons from Dr. Fauci on the scientific method. We all understand that,
He was very angry.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
I said he was very angry there.
Yeah, I mean, why would he reject that? Like, actually, I liked Trump's response to this. Hell yeah, let's try it. Maybe it'll work. That's what we should be doing. If you're the CEO of this country, it should be like, let's try everything.
Yeah.
If it works, great.
I'm on the same boat.
Oppose something that maybe will work. I don't get his resistance to this at all.
I think what some people are afraid of is the fact that there's going to be there could be a possible reaction from using that drug. And then of course, living in America, if something goes wrong after using that drug, the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to sue the hospital, the doctor, the nurses, and everybody, the government, because they took that pill and there wasn't enough research done on it. So there's that.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the primary reason that they're being cautious about what they say and what they want to go ahead and move ahead and do.
But he didn't have to say, oh yeah, everyone should take this.
He kind of worded it wrong a little bit there. I agree.
Agreed.
I think he could have been a little bit more optimistic, because you need some optimism,
Yeah, a little hope.
Exactly. Hey, let's give it a shot. We've got it. He could have said, we've certainly got enough sick people with this virus that we got enough people to test it on. So
exactly.
Let's let's get on it and test it and see if it works. And if it works, great. If not, we'll try something else.
It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. And yes, lots of people aren't really aligned with Dr. Fauci at all.
Yeah, what's your opinion on him? Because I have sort of mixed feelings about him. Sometimes he seems very rational, and other times he seems, with these kind of comments, I'm like, I don't quite get where he's coming from.
He's very buddy-buddy with Bill Gates, so that already kind of scares me. And Bill Gates is someone that is all about vaccinations.
Yeah, that's
mandatory
Bill
vaccinations. Yeah, so I don't know. He definitely has some personal stake. That's without question. So all of this is very interesting. All of this is very new. No one can really predict the future on this one here. I mean, this is insane.
It is.
Who knows what's going to happen in a month or two from now?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, we've got to be prepared, though. We've got to be prepared for all the possible scenarios. And there are scenarios where, I mean, remember the 1918 virus, where the second wave was much worse. There was some sort of a mutation. The Spanish flu, yeah.
I just thought about Carl Sagan right now. I know there's some speech he did where he wrote something in a book. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but I remember hearing audio where he said something along the lines of, "We are lost in the cosmos without a rescue party in sight."
That's right.
I'm paraphrasing it, but I think he said something very close to that. And this entire time I've been thinking about Carl Sagan now. And there's some validity to that. Whether it's about the cosmos or about the conundrum that we are currently in America, it goes well.
Well, I mean, in the end, he's right? In the end, I mean, the whole thing, the flame is going to go out,
Yeah, this is very insane, but we are running out of time here. Robert, time is not on our side, and I've been having a great time with you, Robert. I've been having a lot of fun with this conversation. It's, I had a lot more to ask you about the occult and esotericism. However, we just ran naturally here. We ran from what's on top of our heads here, and having these organic conversations, They're always a lot better, to be honest with you.
I enjoy them much more than sort of the rigid interview.
Me
So,
too.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
I don't,
It was fun.
and I even heard you on other shows before, and I don't mean to shit on those people, but I mean everything sounds kind of too interview-ish for me. I couldn't listen to you on a lot of shows,
Yeah.
Robert. I got to be honest, man.
Oh, great, thanks.
Got to be honest. But
I
this was
appreciate
but
it.
this was fun. I enjoyed you here.
And hey, remember, don't forget, we've got a deal, man. We've got a deal, right?
We sure do.
Hey, if he's gonna try it, I gotta try
You
it.
got to try it. You got to get in there.
You guys try it, and I'll come back on, and then we'll see if you're still an atheist.
We'll compare notes. We will definitely compare notes, no doubt. Robert,
Michael, we'll have to do that. Maybe we can do it over the air.
yeah,
Oh
that'd
my,
be
that's
fun.
probably not a good idea.
I mean, if I'm told it's not a good idea, I'm going to automatically assume it's a great idea.
Great idea.
It's a good idea. So, Robert, before we let you descend from the program here, any thoughts, anything you'd like to plug away, any thoughts for the listeners out there as well? The stage is yours.
Yeah, your books, your website,
go
whatever
ahead.
you want.
Yeah. Yeah. If anyone's interested in a reading, they can go to tarotjourneys.org, and you can get it's $50, so it's not a lot of money. Tarotjourneys.org, and I would just want to say that I know this is a dark moment, but we'll get through it. And for those
Amen.
folks out there who are in tough shape, and I know there's a lot of them, I just let them know that we know it's difficult, and I think together we really got to think about those folks, and just don't let them linger. So we'll get through this.
And your website, Robert, go ahead.
thecactusland.com.
Nice.
And the film, if you're interested in the film on the tarot, it's The 21 Faces of God. That's on YouTube, and it's all free, and you can see the whole thing. You can see it in parts, or you can see it as one long film.
Very nice. Well, Robert, once again, thank you so much for being a part of the program, and
Yes,
we
thank
will
you.
talk to you again very soon, I hope.
Excellent. I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me on.
All right,
Thank
brother.
you, Robert.
Take care.
Take it easy. Take it easy,
Mahalo.
guys. Bye-bye.
And there he goes, boys and girls. That was the one and only Robert Bonomo, and a great guest he was. Wouldn't you agree, Mike?
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, really, really fun interview.
That was really fun. I did not expect
and we
that.
went through it so fast, man. I mean, like you said, you had questions, I had questions, and we just skipped 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and I had questions written down for him, and I didn't even ask any of them. Sometimes, we get into this flow, and lots of
Yeah.
times I take notes, and all of those notes go out the window, and I say that a lot. And
Yeah.
that makes for a better interview, in my opinion.
It does, and we had more of a conversation with him today. And like he said, it's always good to just sort of shoot the shit and pick things as you go along. Of course, we've got a system going here, so I'm not too worried.
For sure. And my God, I forgot to play the sound drop for us, Mike. We had a
Now,
whole
what is
little,
that?
we had a whole little sound drop. It goes like this. Wait, hold on. Let me
Oh, the sound drop, right? Okay.
let me find that really quickly here. I knew I forgot something. I'm like, oh, we forgot to play the drop. So let me play that really quickly, Mike.
Right on.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Michael and Mike of the Michael Decon Program. Tonight, Robert Bonomo and Mindy. And now, Michael Decon and Mike Hideous.
That is slick.
Yeah, did you like that?
I do. I like that a lot.
That was pretty good. I enjoyed it. And of course, we do have a second guest after the break, Mindy. We will be talking to her, Mike, and she is making her debut here.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be fun. So, boys and girls, don't worry. Round 2 is next. Stay tuned.
Have you thought of breaking through? Ain't it part of what you do? Catch a victim while he's dumb. Break his larynx with your thumb. Time, and it's time to get high. Well, this ain't no goddamn dream. It's exactly what it seems. Wake up today just to lay back down and say, I won't be coming back. Let's call it a heart attack. Give me some of that knack. This is just a final payback. They all flipped on me, took my passions, left me be. When I had a place to sit, a goddamn attitude to fit. Talk real smooth, where to spit. But things have changed and I have quit. Got nothing to look forward to but a backlash full of lies. You're too late where you're going. This is fate, the whistle's blowing. It's much too late. It's all too late. You're much too late. Like a piss hole punk with his nose turned up and a fragrance all your own. Tell me what it's like to be alone. And let's not forget the Scarface prick who offers fixed to your
And welcome back to the program, boys and girls. I'm so glad you're here. Looking in the chat room now, yes, God loves ugly. Well now, let's begin. Mike, are you alive?
I am, but I think we just lost Mindy.
We lost Mindy already. Maybe she got cold feet.
She was just on a second, just before you jumped back in. She disappeared.
I know, we were just talking to her.
Oh, brother.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, right at the beginning of the show.
That's life.
Yep.
Oh, there she is. Yep. Mindy, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yes. How are you, Mindy? Are you holding up well out there, wherever you are?
I am.
Very nice.
I'm
Were
doing
you
well?
were you hearing the first segment of the program there?
I was. Yeah.
We need
It's
your
interesting.
interesting. Yeah, it was. Did you like Robert?
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. And of course, I'm back. Mike, I hope you enjoyed the break. I do apologize if I took a while. I had to grab a beer and, meet God.
Oh, okay. Right on. Did he crack open a brew with you, or
I'm a
what?
believer after that last bowl, for sure.
After a couple of beers in a bowl, you're a believer?
I believe in God now, just like that. I usually believe in God during the second half of the program, if you really want to know. That's when I start to believe. That's when I
That's
really
why
start.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yes. So, Mindy, my goodness, thank you so much for being a part of the program as well. I know this is going to be very interesting, and I'm glad you're here. I know you don't really do these sort of things, and I'm well aware of the gang stalkers out there, our friends.
Yeah, God bless them.
Yeah, God bless their little hearts. Don't worry, Mindy. I've had plenty of stalkers my entire life.
Do you have a lot
Right?
of enemies, or as Michael just said, stalkers? What exactly? Fill me in here. What's going on?
It's a really long, complicated story, but
It sure is.
I mean, pretty much.
Pretty much. Did we lose her again? Oh, we might have lost her.
Don't really need the attention.
Oh, she's back.
She's back.
You
Okay.
sort of dropped off there.
Did I drop off? How funny.
Yeah, don't move. Stay
So
there. Yeah, don't go anywhere. You sound fine where you're at.
Okay.
So, boys and girls, Mindy is like an independent researcher of sorts. Is that fair to say, Mindy?
Yeah. Yeah, amongst other things.
Someone in the chat room just says she sounds stressed. Mindy, are you stressed? What's going on out there? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Yeah, no, I just, the call just dropped. I don't know if it's Skype or what.
Right on,
That was
Mindy.
it.
For sure.
Good.
By the way, during the show, we sort of talked about the coronavirus and hydroxychloroquine. What's your take on all these things that are going on right now, Mindy? Especially with yourself being
Um,
sequestered.
yeah, actually, I'm fine with the situation because I actually do a lot of work from home anyways, but
Right.
it's interesting having kids around all the time.
You have
But
kids,
yeah, I have kids.
and are
A
they
lot of
worried? What's their take, if they can even have one or even comprehend what's going on?
they're handling it pretty well. I mean, they've gone through a lot in their lives and pretty much have said, "Hey, Mom, we're not sad. This is an adventure."
Ooh,
So
okay,
amazing kids. But
that's
yeah,
nice.
with the medicine, though, I did look into it, and I actually lost an uncle to the virus
Oh
recently.
shit, did you?
Yeah, I did.
That I didn't
But
know.
yeah, and the one thing that researching some of the history of the medications, HCQ or HHCQ, whichever form, there are multiple different forms of the malaria drugs, or even the going back to the natural artemisinin, um, which is sweet wormwood. When you give normal doses of that to patients that have heart conditions or are taking certain drugs, that definitely leads to death. So that's where they have a long history of actually researching that because of the malaria dosages, and they know the right doses. So doctors, medical professionals, if they actually look and pay attention to that and are checking drug interactions, patient history, they should be able to either say that a patient can't have that drug or dose it low enough not to affect them adversely like that.
I see. And how old was he, by the way?
Um, it's pretty close to 70.
Oh, okay. He wasn't a
Wow.
yeah, he wasn't a young man then.
It wasn't too
No,
old either, but
Yeah,
still,
right.
that's a shame.
right. And
So,
I am looking into whether or not they were giving him that medication because he actually had a heart problem
oh shit.
in the past, and that's something that they really all the research you or the messages you see out there based on the type of person, whatnot, the actual studied research does indicate cardiac issues. So that should have been avoided.
Definitely. And how long ago was that?
Last Sunday.
Oh my god. So yeah, this is pretty fresh still.
Condolences.
Yeah, I'm sorry to
Thank
hear
you.
that, Mindy.
Thank you.
And was he hooked up to a ventilator?
He I really haven't pushed for a lot of details just
Right, okay.
because it's touchy, but basically he posted my sister saw him post something on Friday that he had tested positive and was being treated, and by Sunday he had passed away, and that's where I'm thinking that potentially they tried the medications that shouldn't have been prescribed to a
I see.
person with cardiac issues.
Wow.
So it was just so rapid.
Mike, you don't have any heart problems, do you?
No, but if you're referring to the whole idea of coronavirus and me possibly catching it, I do have a compromised immune system,
Right.
but I don't have heart problems.
No heart problem. Good then.
Hopefully, yeah.
No heart, lung problems. Lung problems, nothing like that, right?
No, not lungs. The only issue is the immune system from all the cancer I've had.
Right.
And let's see. I guess I don't know if the radiation therapy would have anything to do with weakening. Well, I guess it does. Yeah, possibly weakening immune system and the function of certain organs because you get scar tissue on your internal organs when you get radiation therapy. But anyway, yeah, I'm okay.
I'm glad you're fine, Mike.
Yeah, I'm glad you're fine too.
Yeah, I don't want you to.
That's,
I don't want you to meet God now.
I'm not meeting him anytime soon.
My goodness.
That's not going to happen.
So, Mindy, about your kids, and I don't mean to be so personal here, be so nosy as I am, but they seem to be taking it in good spirit. And yeah, they seem well adjusted with it. And I'm glad to hear that because I know this could be devastating for all kinds of kids of all ages. To be honest with you, this is a pretty insane situation that we have awoken to overnight.
yeah, it really is. It's different. And for parents too, that suddenly you have kids that you're the teacher for now. And whether or not schools are able to offer online schooling or papers through packets that you pick up.
Right.
But that's a lot. For me, it's a lot of energy is the thing where they're not going out and tiring themselves out as much.
That's true.
Like, where's the melatonin?
So they're driving you nuts, sort of, right? Is that appropriate to say?
Just when it's later at night and I'm like, okay, it's enough. I get it. I'm not in school, but there is a bedtime at some point in life.
Right. Oh, that's
How old
funny.
are they?
My youngest is 4. I have kids.
Oh, there you go.
Running the spectrum of ages. So I have
Oh my.
2 in elementary school, my 4-year-old, and then 2 that are older.
Wow, big family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're taking it okay, and they understand what's going on. Correct?
Yes.
Slightly.
Yeah. Yeah. The 4-year-old kind of just goes with the flow, but
I see.
the other kids get it.
So they're not frightened or scared in any way from the media.
No, I talk to my kids pretty openly about things. Like I was just having a conversation about propaganda with my 9-year-old
Were you really?
the other day. Yeah.
What were you telling them, if you don't mind me asking?
I was just explaining that sometimes you have to be really careful about media or entertainment or even individuals out there that want you to believe something or do something so they can twist a message or say things in a certain way, use certain words to affect you and how you're going to respond, and that you have to actually think deeper than that and think outside the box and know that they're doing that. And once you know they're doing that, then you get past it.
Right. Right.
Well, definitely sounds like you are tuned in with your kids, and that's a great thing. I mean, I've seen so many issues with kids that aren't properly brought up, and it creates such a bad future for them. But it sounds like you're definitely in tune with your children, and that's a great thing. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
And with all this going on, I'm sure you I've been seeing all sorts of people saying that this is a hoax and the hospitals are empty. Mindy, what's your take on these things? Go ahead.
Okay, well, one of the things is sometimes the hospitals, especially certain areas of the hospitals, look empty because they've stopped doing some of the elective surgeries. They've got a lot of people they're urging not to come unless it's an emergency situation, life-threatening.
Right.
A lot of people are afraid to go in for those reasons because they don't want the virus. So you're seeing a big slowdown of other types of illnesses that would normally be filling up hospitals. The, the hospitals around here, I know, were always busy. So it is like a really weird thing to see it empty. But it doesn't mean like the COVID patients are going to be mostly like in an intensive care area or some type of critical care where they're using a ventilator or getting some type of breathing treatment that you're not necessarily going to see them. And it's also dependent on whether or not if you're in a hot zone.
Well, that I agree with. But there's lots of people out there who are putting that sort of narrative out there to all sorts of oblivious individuals on Facebook and other social media platforms, and people believe that shit.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a whole nother level of propaganda of it goes all facets of disinfo out there, and you have to get to a point where it's just like, okay, you're saying this and you're giving me so much overload of this information this way, and the other people are coming from the opposite direction, showing you videos that are traumatizing and scary. And you have to just kind of stop at that point and say, okay, now is the time to really look for the logical, rational information that's somewhere in between there, because they're just going to play us no matter what. Somebody's going to use the opportunity against us.
Right.
I've been thinking the same thing.
That's
In
what I'm
fact,
afraid
Michael
of.
and I were talking about whether or not if it, even if the country is in itself in danger from the possibility of a terrorist attack, or even some nutcase from another country trying to start a war. Yeah, it's bad all around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think every different faction is sort of ready to jump at the opportunity.
And now we have someone in the chat room, Stars and Bars, saying the overreaction is real. Are we overreacting to you? Is the world overreacting to you? Are the 27 physicians who have died in Italy overreacting to you, Stars and Bars?
So what they're saying is that we're overreacting in a sense that we shouldn't be, or that we're overreacting for a purpose. I'm a little confused on their statement.
I'm a little confused with a lot of these people, to be honest with you. I see the chat room and I'm thinking, why the fuck are you even here?
I'm not even gonna look. Yeah.
Well, some people are just dumb. Plain and simple.
Right.
But yes, I talk to people that are actually in New York City that are in the hot zones working. So I think I would believe them over someone that I don't fucking know on the internet.
That's exactly. I feel the exact same way. I've spoken to multiple people in different locations that it's definitely something that we should be cognizant and careful of. Maybe there are some overreactions, but it's Titanic level to jump and say, okay, this is nothing. It's just the flu. Go out and do whatever and not care, not pay attention to those very real people talking about the problems.
I agree, and I saw a random photo of Michael Jackson walking around and he was wearing a mask. And I thought, he doesn't look so silly anymore, does he?
Who are we talking about?
I just randomly
Michael
brought up
Jackson?
I just randomly brought up Michael Jackson and how he was always photographed wearing like a mask out in public.
Oh, because I thought you said me, because I was wearing a mask in public yesterday.
Well, you're doing the
That's
smart thing to
probably who
do.
you actually saw.
That's a good thing to do, though. Actually, Mike.
Right, and it's kind of weird because I went into my shed, and in my shed I have this steel cabinet where I keep things that I don't want to get affected by the elements. And I actually found a box of about 50 face masks, the ones that hug your face really tight. And I was happy. I was like, oh, good, I don't have to buy them now.
You
No
have
big
the
deal.
you have the N95 mask, Mike.
I don't know. Is that what is there an official mask? Because I just have a regular standard hospital mask.
I'm not sure if that's
I
gonna
think
prevent enough, but it's a start.
Well, the next thing will be a gas mask that I have. I have two different gas masks. So if it gets real bad, I'll be lining that up.
Definitely. So, what's your thoughts on the other conspiracy theory of a correlation between the coronavirus and 5G? Mindy, your take.
My take on that. I definitely 5G has been a concern to me for quite a while. I don't think that it's necessarily that's what's causing a parasite that's attaching inside of you, but I do think that there's a high possibility that those level, like 60 gigahertz type of frequency affects your system. That's our brain is wired tuning into these frequencies, and it definitely affects us on
No
different
doubt.
different levels. So I really think that it's a possibility that it adds to the problem and makes it a lot worse.
I agree.
Well, even 4G alone is not good for you. Me sitting next
Right.
to this this goddamn cable modem is not good for me. It's not
Does
good
that
for
give off
anybody.
radiation?
Yeah.
It does?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's something. The Wi-Fi signals,
Yeah.
all this shit that's going on. I mean, I'm sure it's not healthy for you, right?
You can't be.
It can't be
And we
healthy for you.
just keep creating these items that have, that are using radio waves, and like we're surrounded by it constantly. It's got to be bad for us. It can't be good.
Yeah, it's
Well,
gotta
I
be not good. Go ahead.
think
Sorry.
so that no, sorry, that's just me. I'm sorry. I think that the difference is though is that the 5G cellular is really amping it up to levels that are potentially very adverse to us compared to some of the other minorly affecting type of frequencies that are used out there. They're really tuning into something that can affect our heart rates and our actual bodily functions on a
I've been seeing a lot of stories of people burning down the 5G towers. I thought that's kind of amusing.
No, really?
Yeah, in the
yeah.
in the UK, they're setting them on fire.
No way.
I know.
That's pretty
Like,
funny.
do I
Really
voice
cool.
this or not?
They're starting to riot now, Mike.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
I didn't know
thinking,
this.
do I get in trouble if I voice my approval of this?
Ah,
I'll just repost,
don't worry.
share this, and not say what I'm thinking about it.
Well, we appreciate everyone's opinions on everything here. But to be honest with you, I don't think I could ride the 5G bandwagon in terms of it having any correlation with the coronavirus, to be honest with you. My point is, if the 5G towers were really in effect and causing these issues, we would be seeing lots of cases of cancer and thyroid cancer as well. because that's what
Yeah.
radiation does.
Yeah.
And none of these people that have died are coming back with these high levels of radiation or cancer, are they?
Probably even lymphoma and possibly leukemia.
Absolutely. So we don't see anything of that nature. So these people that are pushing this 5G correlation with coronavirus, I don't think they fully have a grasp on what it really does to your body. Cancer would be forming in all these people if it was 5G towers doing this. But I mean, you don't have to have logic or reasoning or any of those things. If you want to believe what you want and just believe what Facebook says to you or someone of that nature, go right ahead. You're free to believe anything you want and ignore the science. All good. All good with me. Do as thou wilt. Right, Mike?
That's the way it goes. That is the way it goes. I think all of it entirely, the virus, the DNA of the virus, where it came from, and anything that's affecting it. I just don't think we're there yet.
But I do agree,
on
though.
any
But
level.
1 second, I just wanted to quickly add. But I am on the bandwagon that 5G is not healthy for you. I could agree with that. I don't think that shit is good for you at all.
You're right. It's not. And the sad thing is that they just keep pushing these items to better serve the public, so they're faster and they have more features. And the fact of the matter is, nobody's taking into consideration that this is potentially dangerous for everyone. And it's just, in my opinion, it's just a matter of time until the cases start erupting of people having certain type of problems, whatever it may be, birth defects, cancer, blood disease, whatever. But I have no doubt in my mind that at some point it's going to affect us.
Right. And I believe we have a caller here. Caller, what's going down? Talk to me. I'm alone.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you? And hello, Mindy. It's Frank Bacon.
Hi, Frank.
Hey.
How are you?
Mike and Michael, great show as always.
Yeah, how are you doing out
Hello,
there?
Frank.
How are you out there, sequestered alone in the night?
I'm drinking beer. I'm drinking beer now, so hopefully I can handle the load a little bit.
Just like
better.
Just like me.
He's doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm drinking beer here too, my friend. Enjoying this.
Is it Corona? Is it Corona? Corona
No,
Extra?
it's not Corona. I was actually thinking about getting the Corona, some alcohol here from that lovely company, but there's no Corona anywhere in sight. I think they're even.
Oh my God!
I think they're stopped production.
But Corona out here.
Nothing but Corona there.
Nothing but.
All you gotta do is just crack open a regular beer and have somebody cough on it.
That's true.
All right. Making math.
You got
Get it?
You got the boomer remover out there, right?
Yeah. So how about that? It's wonderful to hear Mindy's voice, and you guys are delving into some sticky territory.
We just started.
Anxiety.
We just started.
Yeah,
we just started, Frank. What exactly are your thoughts on this sort of 5G correlation? I'm under the notion that all these things are not good for you. Your microwave, your 4G,
all of them are correlated, and you take it even a little bit further. I mean, they've been priming you with the aluminum coming out of the air and the barium,
right,
and the fluoride in the water, and there's nothing but glyphosate in the soil. So the life raft or the spaceship Earth, as Buckminster Fuller put it. We're on a spaceship Earth, and we're all billionaires beyond measure, but we've just been robbed, and we don't know how. So I look forward to the like what A.E. Coetting, Eric on your show the other day was saying. I'm prepared like that guy.
He's prepared.
I've been seeing this kind of stuff for years, and it starts with the body. If the general population is not healthy, and you want to sick a bunch of crazy radio waves on them, well, that was AM and FM back in the day, and now you've got 5G, which is in the gigahertz and can hit those frequencies where aluminum and barium and glyphosate.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could find glyphosate in your cereal.
Well, let me point out something that was like Paul Cottrell would back this up, because remember I called him the night that Paul was talking about, hey, they're burning bodies in China. We know about it because we have Google Maps now.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, 20 million subscribers fell off their cellular network overnight as
Right.
well.
I saw that. What do you make of that, man? That's kind of frightening, right?
Well, there's your correlation between 5G and the virus. So maybe the virus is like a common cold in really, really healthy people. But when you have a very sick population that's crammed in like pigs in the back of a truck, and they've got 6 or 7 5G devices around them at all times, and you click on the right frequencies, you've got the exponential effect. I mean, you've got quite an interesting little experimental platform in China.
Well, true.
Give China what Disney was building back in the 50s and 60s, and they've got that, and it's actually worse. Just get high and drunk and go watch some old sci-fi movie, and it's that and worse. But what I was more interested in is kind of the organic effect of just the general. This latency is what you've got 5G affecting people and making them sick, and then you have this latency effect where neighbor upon neighbor can make each other sick, so there's social distancing now. But there's this thing going through the internet where people can make each other sick, and that's been going on for quite a while before the virus showed up. So I'd like to get Mindy's take on her gang stalking story.
The internet causes autism, Frank, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll leave the floor to you guys. Carry on here.
Yeah.
Just mute me out if you'd like.
I don't think they're making me sick. I think they're making themselves sick. I'm happy. Like, you bring your own energy. That's what I keep trying to tell people. You choose who you are. They want to gang stalk all they want. That's on them. Like, it kind of makes their life suck, not mine.
Do you agree with that, Frank?
Screw you guys.
Yeah. Well, I tell them,
solid,
be a better person
answer.
or don't. Not my problem.
Well, I think you understand my story from the standpoint that I was in this kind of game of gang stalking.
Game of Thrones.
Well, not from the standpoint of being the gang stalker, although I can stalk better than the rest of them. But I've had the reception of what you've been going through. The difference was that I prepared for it years in advance, and as you know, people that have that I've talked to about my book, where I've taken this is that I'm just off on a different network somewhere. And I see a lot of what you're going through, and a lot of what culminates into this gang stalking is being in one particular area. It's not just in one area, but in one particular area called, well, it's Jack Dorsey's little demon box called Twitter. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
Right.
Mindy?
Oh, Mindy. Go ahead.
I'm asking you directly. Like, isn't this mostly a Twitter phenomenon that we're talking about?
No, it spans, like, people don't even see what I used to go through every single day for months. It was more than one platform. It's social media. It's getting people together on social media. I definitely was getting it on multiple platforms, and
at once
it was
and from many different
coordinated.
angles and through all hours of the night.
Let me bring this up to all of you right now. For those that are not aware of this, but all women who post anything online and maybe even show one photograph of themselves, even without showing a photograph of themselves, they will acquire a number of online stalkers. I've seen this happen many, many times. It doesn't even matter if they find out you are a girl, you will have plenty of stalkers, at least 5. You might not.
I agree.
You might not agree with me, but
they're different kind of stalkers.
it's the truth.
I think
That's a
the
different kind of
phenomena
stalker,
that
though.
Mindy is seeing is that she got caught up in a story, that she was stalked for the sake of becoming a character in somebody else's fiction. Am I right?
Yeah, it pretty much was a guilt by association type of situation, and I'm kind of like one of those people that's like, yeah, you're gonna tell me to back away, then definitely I'm not, because I don't like bullies. So
I have a question.
Jump in
here.
there, Mike. Don't be afraid.
I I'm a little in the dark here. Please, if you will, Mindy, can you explain to us and myself and the audience the purpose for this gang stalking on you? Why are you being gang stalked?
There are probably a couple of different reasons, but there are just a certain couple of individuals that are highly targeted by gang stalkers, and there's a lot of misinformation out there, definitely about my associations with them. But at the point of being a person that saw some things that were wrong happening and that looked deeper into issues,
If I may, I
User?
wanted to point out something.
Sorry.
Go ahead
I
there,
was
Frank.
I was talking to Mike the other night about two characters that showed up on your show. Remember that, Mike?
I sure do.
Well, and Mr. Hideous here, Mike, you are the Empire Hideous, correct?
Yeah, I was the founder and lead singer and songwriter for that band. Yes.
So you've had your share of like the outside effect of stalkers, the idea that somebody is
Oh,
infatuated
yeah.
with you and your art.
There
right?
you go, Mike.
Oh yeah.
Well, there
Oh,
you
yes,
go.
I have.
Okay. So the two gentlemen that were on the
what
other
I was-
night, one of which,
What I was. Yeah, I'm sorry.
go ahead. Well,
Um,
one of which, has an affliction kind of like your stalking from being a rock star. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, no, I get it. I just wanted Mindy to
Okay.
explain to those who don't fully know her what it was, what the reasons were that she was having this problem.
It's association with that particular gentleman.
Pretty much.
And then on the other side of that is Janon, the character Janon, who
hold
was
it,
also
hold
there.
it. What gentleman are we talking about here?
The other two, the two gentlemen were T.S. the Dude, or Thomas Schoenberger, and Janon, who were on the other night with you guys, probably about 2 weeks back. Am I right, Michael?
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So Mindy's affliction of stalkers, this total. Imagine your stalkers. You and Michael are rock stars, and you guys get stalkers. And Mindy's a beautiful lady, and she's had stalkers.
I have many stalkers still, and I love them.
This is like weaponized
I'm
5G
flattered.
and coronavirus 2.0 stalkers. Okay, you know what I mean? And it's all the association with some other kind of rock star effect, like some other band going on out there. And these people don't like the fact that Mindy went to that concert, saw it differently, like saw something completely different. And so they're trying to gaslight her and tell her that she's not seeing what she's seeing and that she's wrong about her, essentially trying to cut into her free speech. Am I right, Mindy?
It's basically a mind war, Mike, is what's going on.
Wow.
I don't know what happened
And
to
Mindy,
Mindy
did I
there.
explain that correctly? I mean, please don't let me walk on your story here.
No, I mean, you did in part. And it's just a guilt by association for no reason. Nothing that I specifically have done. It's more people that think you're guilty of anyone that you associate with for any reason. They don't know the context. They get it wrong, and often they have a lot of information wrong, and they use it to abuse people. And I just particularly don't like bullies and don't feel the need to explain to them. They shouldn't be bad people.
And you can acquire these gang stalkers rather easily, by the way. You just don't have to, all you can do is, or all you have to do rather, is maybe disagree with something they said.
Well, just sign up for their newsletter, man. Just like go out there on Twitter and just talk to them. And
Right.
They'll fuck you up.
They'll lose it.
That's what I think.
I can ignore them for months, and they'll run their mouths about, like, they'll make videos about me.
Well,
It's like a really weird
Mindy,
obsession.
well,
That's a crazy obsession. You know what that reminds me of, Michael? The
What's up?
Tiger King and how he was so obsessed with
God.
the people that were, trying to shut him down.
yeah,
Making movies of that woman, Carol.
I'm so glad. Oh shit, I hung up on Frank on accident. Frank, call back in. I didn't mean to hang up on you there, my friend. I got excited
So
about
professional.
Joe Exotic. I was going to bring him up, Mike and Mindy, during this conversation. I was going to say he tested positive for COVID-19 and now he's isolated. And I'm not quite sure if he's going to make it or not. We hope for the best for the Tiger King. Poor guy, Joe Exotic.
Yeah.
Corona.
Too bad.
He got Corona pilled.
Joe Corona.
Joe Corona. How do you feel about that, Mindy? Have you been watching that show? Just for a moment here, we'll get back on topic, but yes, tested positive for COVID-19. His husband let us all know via what's that platform called? Goddamn, I'm already forgetting the news source. But Mindy, go ahead. Any thoughts and opinions on that?
I really don't have any. No.
Yeah. That's all right, Mindy. I didn't either until about a week ago when I watched the show. I had no idea what Michael was talking about.
And now you do.
And now I do. I've watched the whole goddamn show.
What's your opinion? Let's hear your opinion.
Oh, that's not my. It's a show about a guy, I think it was from Oklahoma, who ran. He started buying tigers when he was young, and eventually ended up. I don't know how many did he have, Michael? 157, 200.
By the way, that was the New York Post. I have no idea why I blanked out on the name, the New York Post, for some reason, but I saw that the Tiger King, he's fucked by coronavirus.
Is that what the headline said?
The headline didn't say that, but I'm saying that, yes.
It should say that.
It should. That's right.
Long story short, Mindy, the show is basically about these people who start buying exotic animals like tigers and panthers and leopards and lions and bears and all these exotic animals. And they did this whole show on these people, and you had those who were opposed to parks for people to come in and pet these animals or see these animals, I should say. And then you had the so-called sanctuaries where they also have people paying to come in and see them, but they consider themselves better than the others. So it was just all around a screwed up show.
It's a shit show.
I felt very bad for all the animals that have to go through what they're going, but go through what they're going through. But at the same time, the big question posed was when I saw at the end of the show, they said in the wild there are 4,000 wild tigers. In America, I think they said America, there were 5,000 captive tigers. So you got to ask yourself, they're being poached in the jungles, and yet in captivity, there's more of them alive than there would be in the jungle because some asshole would go out there and shoot them.
And by the way, we do have Frank back on the line, I believe. Frank, are you alive there?
I am the Tiger King.
There you go, Tiger King. I'm sorry I hung up on you, my friend. I didn't mean to.
Oh, no, Mike.
Hit the wrong button.
I'm sorry if I held things up,
No, you didn't hold anything up. Shit happens when you're drinking.
Yeah, it's my disability, what can I say?
No, I mean, I'm drinking.
Well, I didn't catch any of the conversation in between, but sounds like we went to the Tiger King again.
Yeah, we went to the Tiger King for
a really good topic.
I know.
Michael's obsessed with that guy.
Yeah, because he caught the coronavirus. So I mean, I'm amused by it, and we do have audio here of OJ giving his opinion on the Tiger King, Mr. Joe Exotic. Let's run that. Let's run that audio real quickly here.
Hey, Twitter world, yours truly. I just got back from the golf course where I actually played pretty well.
Mind you, this is OJ Simpson, by the way.
What?
Yeah, this is OJ. Yeah, we're listening to OJ. Continue. Hold your thoughts, Mike.
Now it's back at home, back to the couch, and back to television. Listen, I've had so many people on my case asking me to watch some show called Tiger King. Well, yesterday I watched this show. And oh my God, is America in this bad a shape? I watched about 6 episodes of this show, and I couldn't even believe what I was looking at. White people! What's with you and wild animals? Leave them animals alone.
That's right,
The
OJ.
show is crazy, but it's so crazy.
Goddamn
you
white
kinda
people.
keep watching. One thing I will say, there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that lady's husband is Tiger Sashimi right now. I'm just saying. Take care, and I hope you find something better to watch.
Amazing. And of course, that was
Didn't
OJ Simpson. And he thinks
didn't he kill somebody?
he sure did.
Yeah, a couple of people.
What the hell is he giving his opinion for? Who the hell
Amazing.
cares?
That was our boy,
You know,
OJ Simpson.
You know, it's funny.
Keeping it real.
It's funny. You know, there's a guy that got famous living in his pool house. You know, just some ragamuffin, older
Kato.
ragamuffin. You know, homeless stoner, jobless deadbeat. Not too unlike me. And I live a lot like that guy. You know, under under the roof of an OJ Simpson. So
That's true. I met
He's
Frank.
now
He's
called
not lying.
Kato Bacon.
He's not lying. Frank is telling the truth here. I met him. I met the guy.
I got some sketchy connections.
Good times.
Yeah.
Very good times. But yes, that was OJ Simpson talking about the Tiger King.
Well, I was wondering if I could maybe perform a bit of a magic trick or something.
Go ahead.
You had Robert Bonomo on earlier, and he was a fantastic guest, by the way. Fantastic interview, by the way, both you guys. And I don't know if Mindy got to hear that. What did you think of Robert, Mindy?
Oh, I thought he was great. He was really interesting.
Yeah, so he's a very worldly esotericist in talking about some very interesting subjects. But he got into the tarot, and that got Mike's interest. Mr. Hideous, what did you think of his work in the tarot?
Of who? Our last guest.
Robert. Robert. You seem to get very interested in his.
We really didn't get into it as much as I wanted to, but I kind of got the feel of it. It seems that it's something that interests him. You know, without going into a huge definition, we got pulled off on so many different subjects, Michael and I, that we never really got to all the questions
That's
that we
true.
wanted to ask.
Yeah, I mean, I had some stuff written down, ready to go, and in that sort of sense of the occult and esotericism. But you know, we get into this flow, and sometimes all that shit just goes out the window. Frank, you know that.
That's the best part about it. It's like you're working with those creative energies or anything. But like, so maybe where I could pick up where he left off, Mike, if I may, you know, about the tarot and divination and things like that. I do want to kind of ask Mindy directly because she does know my work pretty well, and so to give some credibility to her and vice versa, I think being on Michael's show is great street cred to begin with. But Mindy, you know me as kind of a weird, quirky sci-fi author, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but I'm not on Twitter as far as you know, right? I work on a completely different platform,
Right. Yeah.
that you're aware of, right? I mean, I have to leave the name off because anytime I bring the name up, people think I'm just shilling, even though they all work for fucking Jack Dorsey on Twitter. But you know, I have a little like private book club, and lines of what the last guest was talking about is more of like a tarot spread, you know. Like once you kind of transcend a tarot deck, you get into your own kind of divination or what they call geomancy. Are you familiar? Because I'm bringing this up for the sake of what Mike was asking about. Yeah, well, I mean, either one. I mean, because what I'm trying to get to is that Mindy knows my work is kind of a crazy tarot spread, you know, like your last guest. It's $20 at the supermarket and he'll read your fortune, right? Or whatever. He said he did that at bars. And I kind of do the same, you know, thing. It's just it's the digital age, so I don't have to go to bars. I can sit here and do it on Skype, you know, read somebody's fortune or something like that. So as far as the little book club goes, of the quirky worky work that I've done, Mindy, have you ever known me to be a harmful or one of these people that's actually out doing this sort of full-on gang stalking that you're talking about?
No, I'm so confused about why you're constantly brought in, and I feel like I've missed a history, but I mean, also, like, this show here is, I think, very well hosted and professional, but there's a lot of garbage on YouTube, let's just face it.
That's
So
true.
I ignore a lot of that, and so I feel like always that I'm missing something because I don't know what you've possibly done, and maybe it's probably nothing because I know how it goes.
Well, here's the thing I was going for. I mean, I started it out years ago, and it very long back. But let's be frank. I mean, my publishing starts in 2016, long before a lot of these junky little naysayers were actually doing anything of interest other than harassing people on Twitter. So the reason my name gets brought up is because I actually flung my work into that kind of maelstrom intentionally, because that's the effect I was looking for. You got caught in the maelstrom for different reasons because of your own personal story. You're connected to a lot of the same people, but this gets back into a very simple explanation that there was a puzzle playing on the internet since 2012 that now that it's been 8 years since that puzzle came into existence, there are a lot of different players and people involved in that internet puzzle. And your name got kind of caught up in that. Am I correct?
Yeah, it sort of did. It's interesting that my name did, and even when I went away for months, my name stayed there when there were plenty of other people to focus on, and yeah, I think people like to shutter me for other specific reasons too, but definitely the majority of it has been just being caught up
But I'm
in
not
someone
being
else's story.
I'm not being I'm not distracting from that, am I? I mean, do you see?
No.
Am I like? I'm not saying a different story than what you know. You just see it from a different
Right.
perspective, correct?
Correct.
And I'm not trying to be misleading. I'm not acting out a script that you know of. There's no like money changing hands here. This is not some kind of weird drama. This is your life, correct? You have been
Correct.
threatened. You've had a lot of horrible people on the internet come at you daily and say vicious, horrible things, correct?
Yeah, I've had them try to affect my very real life at times.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, it's
Well, if
love
you're in
it.
your
exciting.
own TV show or radio show, yeah, or
I
if
think
you
it's
have a sci-fi
hilarious.
novel and you're trying to get this stuff going, absolutely. But she didn't have anything to do with that stuff. You know what I mean?
It just sucks that Frank, when I have these sort of people that are so invested in me, I always give them the opportunity to meet me face to face, but they never want to hang out. It makes me sad.
Dude, you and I had coffee at that Starbucks. I hang out at that Starbucks all the time.
Exactly.
It's different between you and me, right?
I mean, I'm an open door kind of guy. I mean, if you really are that obsessed with me, I would love to meet you, but none of my gang stalkers out there ever
Yeah.
want to. It breaks my heart. I mean, I would love to see some of you face to face, but it just never comes to
Well,
fruition. My heart is broken.
And for the sake of like a good network, what I'm trying to do here, for your sake, since you and I have met, and Mindy and I have not, but you know me because we have met,
Right.
and this goes back years. That that my sci-fi work was going to get a lot of people caught up in some stuff, but I was telling you very honestly back in the day, I'm like, dude, this is it's like a little garage band. It's nothing on the level of Empire Hideous, Mike, by the way. I love your work. But, I was trying to do something similar to what Mike had done, only in the literary sense, and I knew it was going to get a lot of people. Hey, a mosh pit, pops up and somebody breaks their arm once in a while. Sometimes that happens.
I don't want to say
getting a lot of energy out.
I don't want to say we planned this, but we sort of did, didn't we, Frank?
Well, I mean, years ago, and nobody could put that kind of a plan into effect unless they had some really spooky powers, huh?
Well, I'll just leave it at that. But yes, Frank, my goodness. So, Frank, I do want to thank you for calling in here. Actually, Frank, now that I have you here, I did say something about the Finders. I'm not quite sure if you are up to speed
Yes.
with this group, but it is something that I have always been interested in, especially after reading some of the multiple FBI files that have been produced by our friends, the Finders. Frank, do you have any thoughts and opinions before me and Mindy and Mike jump into this subject?
Well, if I may, why don't I do something instead?
Go ahead.
The Finders is a cult that was mentioned in the Franklin cover-up and things like that.
Right.
And there are plenty of cults out there. I have lots of great stories about Denver. Lots of really fuck you up, scare you, all night long kind of stories from Denver. But somebody in your chat, and I don't normally read the chat, so I apologize, asked me 2 direct questions. And I wanted to address those. Because,
okay, go ahead.
One was about a creepy threat to Aleppo. What's Aleppo? I don't even know what that means.
A leopard?
I did do a joke. I did do a joke with
leprosy
somebody.
person?
Yeah,
maybe. But I did a joke with a comedian. There's a guy who has a channel. It's a comedy channel, and he's a terrible comedian. He's also a terrible person, but that's not the point.
Besides the point,
and,
right?
Yeah, if I was able to drive a car, or if I was allowed to be in a car, and if I ever saw that guy on the street, I'd probably hit him. But much, much more closer to home would be, for that question, I would do a pistol whip and a tasing for that gentleman.
Amazing.
And in that order. And then prior to that, he said, "Did Frank
You seem
ask
to have a lot
Vegan
of
Mikey
pent-up
to
anger, Frank.
I know, Frank,
Oh,
you're
no,
angry.
no, it's not pent up.
He's angry.
The other question was, did Frank ask Vegan Mikey to pose as Isaac Cappy posthumously? Did you see that question?
I saw that, but I wasn't quite sure what that was all about. I'm in the dark
Well,
here.
it's because a while back I had gotten an account for Isaac Cappy, knowing that he was in danger of throwing himself off a bridge, and had a private phone call with him. But in this day and age, as Mindy knows, there's no such thing as a private phone call in certain circles, and things get, tossed around, and then the rumor mill gets picked up. It's a great way to promote sci-fi. But since this is for a direct answer to skills here, I asked Vegan Mikey, are you gonna take this account and use it posthumously for Isaac? I don't care what you do with it. I mean, you can act like him, whatever you want, but here's the account. Gave it to him. He's illiterate, like a lot of people in the chat that don't use Steam. They're illiterate in my book. Just in my book, nothing personal. But Vegan Mikey was illiterate, and I took it back. I also gave the account to Phoenix Enigma. He's also illiterate, and I took it back. So if somebody who's close enough to Isaac, like say his mother, who I pretty much, I'm in Albuquerque, so nobody's going to get between me and that. So I hope that answered the question in the chat. And yeah, Finders cults are very real. They've been trafficking children around this planet for centuries. It's time you folks wake up. I hope that the virus does it and makes it pleasant, but it probably won't be. So you all have a great night. It was great talking with you.
Amazing.
Thanks,
Take care, Frank. Be safe out there and wherever you are. There he goes. And that was
Thanks for
Mr.
calling,
Frank Bacon. Yes, thank you for that call. And now that he has sort of introduced us down the path of the Finders, Mindy, you have much more to say, correct?
Yeah. There's this, I think way more than a cult, but it's an important topic.
I agree. It's a very odd topic.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's more than a cult because once you look into it, it's an agency operation, and there's 100% evidence of that out there available if you look through all the files, if you spend enough time. And there's still Finders members out there still in the intel community, active today in certain roles.
So this is still,
I think,
this group is still
go ahead.
around. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they might not be called the Finders. I mean, it was called the Finders because of the code names that Marion Petty used during that period of time, but that's just the name of that specific operation. There were multiple locations he ran. He called it Open House originally. In the 30s, he had 2 apartments in DC that he ran, and that was the start off of it. But they branched out. I think there was a lot going on. The worst things that they did were the child abuse, but that's definitely not an exclusive thing. They were involved in technology from the onset of computers and advancing technology, drug trafficking, Air America, they were involved in.
I hate when there's traffic to get my drugs. I hate it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not.
Just
I'm
might
not,
lighten up the mood a bit.
I'm not quite sure if you're
Yeah.
even familiar with this group called the Finders, Mike, but there's some strange group that were around going back to about 1987, if I remember that correctly.
Right.
Maybe even
30s.
maybe even before that.
1930s, you said, Mindy?
The 1930s is when
Or
Mary and Petty
1930s.
started. Yeah.
Jesus. So that's when it started. But
And so,
Yeah.
in a nutshell, what's the premise of this group, people?
In the 80s is when it went public, when more people started finding out about it. That's when they captured a van with 2 gentlemen and 6 children
yeah, I was
in
gonna say
Tallahassee, Florida.
right.
They pulled them over. Then when they investigated the farm, which was one of their multiple properties in Virginia, they found images of cult rituals, and the kids, they had this sort of decentralized type of learning. And I believe that they were using kids for different purposes. Those 6 kids were actually children of the Finders, and the reason they were the same age, come to find out, is after years of doing intel operations and other type of operations that they were assigned to, they got to a point of, let's create this community. So they all intentionally started procreating and having these children, and they just kind of let them run wild. But it was definitely to use them for, if they were gifted for certain uses. Not all of them were abusing kids, but definitely a lot of them were. And they were integrated with other trafficking rings.
So is this like a group of hippies, or is this a group of like people who would fit into the norm? You know, walking down the street, maybe dressed in a suit and a tie and a dress or something. And well, you know, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what they look like. What kind of people are they?
They went through, well, there were multiple different locations, and really though, by the time they had the kids running around, they were wearing suits. They were like professional. The agencies were running through there a lot, so you would find very professionally dressed people. Marion Petty, who ran it, I'm pretty sure probably looked like more like a hippie. So there were some. He was involved in, like I said, from the 30s, and then it picked up a lot of speed with the beatnik era, like the
Okay.
Dick Dabney.
Right.
And then they had the hippies. They had a thing called the Free State that was like a worldwide known type of location where they would go up and, you know, have hippie whatever type parties going on in the mountains in Virginia, probably 20 miles from where they were, in their main farm location. And their property, it was funded by Charles Marsh, at least their big farm properties, and he was kind of known as like the president maker. He was close to FDR. He became close to LBJ. He
Wow.
married Alice Glass. So like if you're thinking Wonderland, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Glass, who ended up having an affair with LBJ at some point later on, So her husband funded the Finders Farm. So it's just
So am I to assume that this is some large secretive group of people, or is this just like a rebellious anti-government group of people?
Well, here's
I'm still
here's the ironic part that they had ties to the CIA, by the way.
strong.
really.
Yeah, he was a
Exactly.
knock. Yeah, he was a knock. He went to um, Intel school in Baltimore. He went to Georgetown for an Intel training. He went to Frankfurt, Germany for the Air Force Intel training.
And so again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but so again, is this a group, like, let's just say, for example, if I want to join the Finders, like, where do I go?
Well, right now, like it's the Finders themselves were broken up. Pretty much it fell apart once that became once it was too publicized, and he was kind of like as a knock, just kind of thrown out there doing nothing after having spent all those years running ops. But they don't owe you anything if you're not an officially documented agent. So, but there are definitely other groups. Like he was associated with Leary, and I would say you. I'm looking deeper in to find the actual direct ties, moving over into the Epstein and Nexium and Wexner, the names that we know now today of the trafficking rings.
Yeah, for those that don't know, speaking of Jeffrey Epstein, we still have Ghislaine Maxwell out there. She's MIA.
Yeah, same type of thing going on with if you look at the parallels of Epstein with him and having his locations where he was having trafficking rings and you know, everything that he was doing, and you see those agency type ties, I think we have a little bit more definitive with the Finders after all this time and new files being opened up to us. But it's that same type of thing where you know that they're the government agency affiliations are there, probably the foreign government agency affiliations exist. And it's just different factions of, or different segments of this giant trafficking ring.
Yeah, don't forget Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
And his connections.
And
so it's
and
all,
you brought up Nygaard too.
Yeah. That's another guy.
He's like the Canadian Epstein.
That's what a lot of people call him. The Canadian version of one Jeffrey Epstein. And of course you could look all this stuff up. All these groups that are tied in together. It's hard to really deny the existence of these people, especially with Nexium and their connection with Harvey Weinstein. That would be their Hollywood connect. I'm not suicidal, by the way, just in case I die.
None of us are. Yeah. I think Nygaard, the interesting thing is it's Prince Andrew that is of the definitive tie I can find to where you're going to see Epstein and Nygaard, not just parallel circumstances, but both of them with a relationship with Prince Andrew.
Yeah, that's another strange situation out there. Mike, I'm not quite sure what your opinion is on all these sort of groups that are obsessed with young children.
Well, what's my opinion?
Well, I mean, it's
Look,
strange. It's strange that one of the Wikipedia founders also exposed a lot of these child sex trafficking rings as well on Twitter. He openly admitted to a lot of these things.
well,
Larry
again,
Sanger.
like I was going to say, anything that has to do with the abuse or harming a child is obviously not good, and I in no way support anything like that. It's at the same time, I am uneducated in knowing anything about this group called the Finders. I never heard of them before, and I'm sure I could look them up and find out who they were. But like I said, anything to do with harming children, child labor, any kind of abuse, that's just wrong. I don't
I
think I
agree.
need to explain that any further.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one. But yes, if your interest is ever sparked, Mike, and you want to read about these weird ass people, you're more than free to do so, my friend.
I've already looked up the page on my phone, so at some point I will do some in-depth
there you go.
Reading on what they're all about, who they are.
Well, look up Peter Nygaard, by the way. He's still someone who I believe is currently in trouble right now, but he's much more of the fresher sort of case. You don't have to dive that deep in history to look up Peter Nygaard.
Okay.
And once you do, you're gonna say, "Holy shit!"
Yeah, he's got a big case, I think, from February. He's
got a lawsuit going on right now. Yeah, he's being accused of rape and sex trafficking, Mike.
Oh my.
Yeah, and this dude has been out and about for many, many years doing all kinds of wacky shit. Many of the women were underage at the time, too, of these assaults, between 2008 and 2015. Allegedly.
Wow.
Allegedly, but, Mike, come on now.
What do I know?
That this is a bad, bad man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, got some bad seeds out there. But that's life, and holy shit, how is anything even going to get done with all these things going on with basically the end of the world, right, Mindy? How is justice going to be served?
Well, I don't know. Everybody's at home. Go round them up.
Yeah.
Everyone's home.
Let
true.
me tell you, there's a saying by King Solomon that all things shall pass. And actually the saying is, this too shall pass.
I hope so, Mike.
It will.
I really do. Well,
Yeah.
Mindy, I hate to do this, but we are definitely running out of time here. We've been on almost 4 hours now.
Indeed, we have.
Pretty wild. So, Mindy, again, thank you so much for hanging out on the program. I will definitely have to bring you back on, and we'll talk again even further about these sort of unscrupulous groups of individuals out there, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was great. And your show earlier was very interesting. Appreciated.
Thank you, Mindy. We'll talk soon. Be safe out there.
Thanks
You
for
too.
coming on, Mindy.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey.
And there she goes. That was Mindy, boys and girls. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed the program. It's been a good one, a very interesting and fun program, I have to say, Mike. Had a good time.
Absolutely. I got a question for you. This might be a stupid question, but
there's never stupid questions, Mike.
Was she ever on the radio before when I was on?
No, this was the first time she's been here.
Okay. You know what? Remember that time about 2, maybe 3 years ago, we did the everybody was drinking and smoking on the show. You remember that?
How can I not remember that? It was awesome.
If you were pretty effed up, you might not remember it.
Well, I was.
But the thing is, There was a girl, yeah, so was I. There was a girl that was on with us, and I think she had a radio show. I just can't remember her name.
Oh, yeah. Um,
You know what I'm talking
yeah,
about, right?
yeah, yeah. I believe you were talking about Amy.
Was it Amy? Yeah.
Amy on the radio. Yeah. Oh
Does she
my
still
God.
have her show? I mean,
no. Come on now.
no?
Come on now, Mike. Come on.
I don't know. I don't know. I thought you had known her.
No, Mike. It doesn't really work out for many of them.
Yeah.
The holes. I'm gonna keep it real like OJ. I don't give a fuck.
Wait, no, right. Okay. Can we go back to that?
Want to
now?
hear that
What
again?
the
Let's hear it again.
fuck? What?
Let's hear it one more time.
Why? Okay, yeah.
let me play fucking OJ here. Here we go.
Okay.
Hey, Twitter world, yours truly. I just got back from the golf course where I actually played pretty well.
Oh shit.
Now it's back at home, back to the couch, and back to television. Listen, I've had so many people on my case asking me to watch some show called Tiger King. Well, yesterday I watched this show, and oh my God, is America in this bad a shape? I watched about 6 episodes of this show, and I couldn't even believe what I was looking at. White people! What's with you and wild animals? Leave them animals alone. The show is crazy, but it's so crazy you kind of keep watching. One thing I will say, there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that that lady's husband is Tiger Shushimi right now. I'm just saying. Take care, and I hope you find something better to watch.
Look, man.
Those goddamn white people, Mike, I tell you.
Yeah, well, at
Playing
least
with
they
tigers.
didn't kill 2 people, OJ, you fucking asshole. I mean, what
Oh my God.
Why is he even on? What was that, like a podcast or
No,
just a face?
No, the guy was on I think he was on Twitter or on
Isn't
Instagram.
he in jail?
No, he's out and about living life, living big, Mike. Doing it big.
Mike,
The juice
Michael,
man.
how didn't
It's
he
America,
go
Mike.
back to court? Yeah, but I mean, didn't he go back to court a second time, and didn't they
Something
put him
like
in
that.
jail?
Armed robbery or some shit. I don't know. Something like that, right?
Yeah, there was that, but
Something
I think
like
the
that.
family took him to court after the whole murder trial,
Okay.
and he did get convicted of something associated with the murder, and he ended up doing time. Look, all I'm saying is, OJ, shut the fuck up, you murdering bastard.
He's insane.
He is. He's a
Goddamn
murderer.
OJ. I don't know what to make of OJ, but there he is. He's out and about, living wild. I'm telling you, crazy white people out there, what is your problem?
Right.
OJ Simpson keeping it real, boys and girls. I don't
Yeah,
know
we're
what
the
else to
ones with
say.
the problem. He killed 2 people, and we're the ones with the problem. You fucking idiot.
He's insane, but there he is in all his glory, Mike. You got to appreciate the balls on him. Well, not really,
It
but
must be nice. It must be real nice. You know,
He's
kill
insane.
2 people, and you're out on the fucking street walking around. What an asshole! I
good
can't stand that guy.
lordy. He must have been drunk or high when he said that shit, I think. It might have been.
The glove don't fit.
The glove don't fit. You must have quit.
You must have quit.
Oh,
Oh,
Mike,
God,
so
another one.
yeah, Mike, this has been a very entertaining show, as it always is. I love it. I think it's great. I like that we are very open here. We don't have any filters. I appreciate that a lot.
Absolutely. Well done, Mr. Deacon.
Did you have fun today?
Yeah, as I always do.
Nice. All right, Mike. Well, we will be cutting loose here. So, Mike, any final words before I close this bitch down?
Yes, for those of you who are interested in any of my artwork or photographs, I'm going to be posting some new work that'll be going up soon. I'm going to have new t-shirts with new designs. And that also goes for my music website as well. The art website is horribleartwork.com. And my music website is Mike, M-Y-K-E, hideous.com. Mike with a Y, MikeHideous.com. And as I said, on both sites, I'm going to be having some new sections come up with t-shirts. and also some artwork and some work from when I sang with the Misfits. What else am I putting up? A whole new section of my short time with the Misfits is going to go up. That'll include some of the nostalgic items I have from that tour and so on and so forth. So yeah, check out the websites when you get an opportunity.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
That I was in the Misfits? Yeah, I was in the Misfits for a short time.
No, I meant the goodies you had left over.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Do you happen to have any hair from Jerry Only that we could play with?
It's not much, I assure you.
I'd love that. That fucking hairline of his, it's back in 86.
It goes all the way back to the back of his head.
It goes back to 1986, right, Mike?
Yeah.
I love it.
I used to have, before I joined the band, I had a huge collection of Misfit records and all kinds of things. And then obviously once I got into the band and sang for them for that short period of time, I had gotten more stuff, and I had posters and flyers and stickers and jackets and clothes and shirts and all kinds of stuff. I sold it all after I was in the band because of my disassociation with them and how badly we had,
the fallout, right?
Split up, our fallout. So I just sold everything, and I have just a few things left, and I'm going to be selling online soon.
Very nice, Mike. Well, always an honor and a privilege to have you here co-hosting with me yet again. It's been fun, and Mike, we need to shut this down like a Chinese hospital.
Right on.
All right, brother. Take care.
I had a blast with you tonight, and I will speak to you soon, and we'll talk on Tuesday.
You got it. I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
All right, brother. Good night.
Mahalo. And there he goes, boys and girls. That was the one and only Mr. Mike Hideous. Always an honor to have him here with me, and always an honor to have you out there with me, too. I do feel a little lonely, so I'm glad you are there in the chat room and hanging out with us all. And my God, how time has flown by yet again. And all we have is time, to be honest with you, but this will be on terrestrial radio. It'll be a little bit cleaned up and censored, I suppose, but yes, we do have some time restrictions, so I apologize. If you want to get a hold of me, you can do so via Twitter at Michael Decon, and of course, if you want that bonus material, patreon.com/Michael Decon. And of course, if you are ever curious about when the next show will be, please subscribe to this channel or go to michaeldecon.com. Now, stay safe, everyone, no matter where you are on this island Earth. And yes, I'm Michael Decon, the host of this wonderful program. Again, stay safe, everyone, no matter where you are on this island Earth. And with that said, the world is a mysterious place, and life itself is a mystery. Until next time, good night, everybody.
got sent a Pokeball with a Charmander you have to assemble that's almost impossible to assemble. Stop sending me junk I can't use. Please. You want to send me something? Send me an Amazon gift card, an eBay gift card, a gift card that I can use at a store for cat food or food. Send something useful. Send something useful. Send something useful. Send something useful. Send something useful.